chain, turn over 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 chain. You seen big homie get the fumble, he get a turn over chain. Seen big homie get the pick off, he get a turn over chain, turn over chain, turn over chain.
You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy. So, what'll that make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide, how to lie. Me, I don't have that problem. Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy. Come on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again, let me tell you. Come on. Make way for the bad guy. There's a bad guy coming through. Better get out of his way.
Damn, damn, damn!
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Well, hello. Good evening. How y'all doing? I had to bust it out. I even got my Ferrari champagne in the background. What a hell of a race. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. Cubadamas. Glad you're listening. Hey, look, you say you're going to be late. Look, this episode tonight, episode 14, I called it 10. It's about, 2017. And again, like I've said before, this is where most Hurricane fans' history begins. And I will be going a little more in depth on some of these games, instead of just doing our normal little slideshow presentation. I have some, we're going to probably go in depth with probably about 7, 8, 9 games. Coach Hayes, glad to have you, baby. Glad to have you. And the reason why I want to do that, and I'm not being cynical, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but there were things that transpired during 2017 that led up to the end of it. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, again, it's just my opinion. But like I said, y'all just, get comfortable, refill the cup, get ready, because it's going to be fun. It won't be sexy, but it will be fun. Again, welcome to everybody who's here. Thank y'all for stopping by, whether you stop by live or and by the way, this is real live. This is not a fake live presentation. Okay. A little inside joke with Cubadamas and Shad and myself. So anyway, thank y'all, whether you watching it live or if you watching it later, or if you're watching it 6 months from now. I appreciate you stopping by, and I challenge you to stick around, because these can both be educational and entertaining and long, but it's a history lesson. Again, don't forget, check it out, Corner. A lot of great folks up there. I'm not saying it because Coach is here, but everybody knows about Coach Hayes. Also, if you don't know about You Talk, baby, go check out Mr. Devin and Mr. Frank. Love them guys. And also they have an excellent series over there on You Talk. Winning at the Game of Life, I believe it's called. Every so often they'll have like a small business entrepreneur on there, and it's really good stuff. You got some good people doing great things for good people, man. I'm telling you, it's really good to see. Really good. Also, this past Thursday night, Shad had his round table. And I wasn't able to, I tried to join, but I was at work, so I really didn't get a chance to do much as far as chiming in, but I did listen. Let everybody talk. It was some good stuff. And the title of Shad's show was They Need People Like Us. And he was talking about the Scarface. So my little video there at the beginning, that was kind of a tribute to Shad. I'm like, here you go, Shad. This is for you, buddy. And also Friday night, it was Friday night, this past Friday night. Man, I finally got on air with Chub Z, man. I have been waiting and trying, and I'm glad the stars lined up. Finally got a chance to talk with that man, because I'm telling you, if you haven't checked out Truckin' Chub Z, man, he covers everything. And when and I know, I said it before, I'll say it again, but when him and Shad get together, they have this chemistry. They have this bond. They have this bromance. it's like I said, it's like Peaches and Herb. It's like they're reunited and it feels so good. I know some of y'all don't know anything about that, but I do. Anyway, so yeah, this is, in case you can't tell, if you can't read, wait a minute. Where are my manners? Okay. In case you did not know, Hayes is a fraud. In case I didn't introduce myself earlier, for those of you who don't know, I am South Coast Kane, Jordan Page, and this is the Rise of the Fall series. Man, I can't believe we're up to 14 already. Episode 14. Man, this has been a wild, wonderful trip, man. I mean, we started back at Mardi Gras. I want to say it was, I don't remember if it was Monday or if it was Fat Tuesday we started this, but yeah, it was at Mardi Gras with episode 1 on 2004. And man, I tell you what, this has evolved very nicely. And it has been fun. This has really been fun. It's been educational. You want the battle. Hey, I'm going to put the link in there. I'll put the link. I'll shoot. Ain't hurt my feelings. But nah. So real quickly, I guess what I need to do, I know Cuban said he was going to have to join late, but he's listening. But when Coach Hayes showed up, boy, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Boy, he was ready to go. Oh my gosh. But anyway, so we're going to go ahead and get this party started. I don't really have much else to say. Also, we did have our free-for-all. That Friday night free-for-all did go a little long. It was kind of an open mic. Let's just talk about it. And, you know, it was good. It was good. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so let's get this party started. Let's get this party started. All right, so let's recap 2016 real quickly. Mark Richt's first year, they went 9-4, 5-3 in the ACC Coastal. Miami did go to the Camping World Bowl against West Virginia. They won 31-14. That was Miami's first bowl win since 2006. And if you recall, that was the MPC Computer Bowl. Also, in 2006, Brad Kaya became the all-time passing yardage leader in Miami history, and that record is still true today. Also, and I'm really happy for this guy, but it also kind of feel bad for the young man. But Amon Richards, he broke Michael Irvin's freshman reception yards record at Miami. Mr. Richards ended up finishing with like 935 yards his freshman season in 2006. I believe Mr. Irvin only finished with like 850, 849. I don't remember. But unfortunately, Mr. Richards' successful, potentially very successful career in football was cut short. And then also the big thing about 2016, in my opinion, is that they won the first 4, lost the middle 4, won the last 4. And then, of course, won the bowl game. So, with that being said, we start the 2017 season. Okay. And the big topic coming out of 2017 was, you got it, the turnover chain. This is the first year of the turnover chain. They got with that jeweler, AJ King of Bling Machado. All right. And they came out with it in August of 17. And according to the numbers, the chain was like 36 inches. It was about 5.5 pounds of 10 karat gold. And of course, you had the first one had the U with orange and green sapphires. All right. So that was the big talk. So I tell you what we're going to do. Allow me to let me change my scene. Wow, that's pretty cool. Getting fancy over here, fellas. All right, so let's go ahead and get this party started. And we're going to start with the coaching staff like we always do. Of course, Mark Richt was the head coach. There's everybody's friend. It kind of looks like he has vampire teeth. Manny Diaz, he was the DC and linebackers coach. Mr. Thomas Brown, he was the OC, offense coordinator and running backs coach. Kolagowski, I probably mispronounced that again. CK, he was the defensive line coach. Mr. Ron Duggins was the passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. Stacy Searles was the offensive line. Todd Hartley looks like a insurance salesman. He was a special teams coordinator and the tight ends coach. Mike Rumpf, quarterbacks coach. Ephraim Banda, he was the safeties coach. John Rick, a lot of opinions out there about that young man. He was the quarterbacks coach. Gus Felder, also a lot of opinions about this young man. He was the director of strength and conditioning. All right, so let's look at, I don't know if, let me bring that up, just in case Studio One shows up and he can't see. So the players from the 2016 team that was selected in the 2017 draft, the NFL, David Njoku, he was a first round 29th pick to the Cleveland Browns. Rayshawn Jenkins, defensive back, went to the Chargers in the 4th round with the 113th pick. Mr. Corn Elder went to the Panthers, 5th round, 152nd pick. Isadora went to the Vikings, 5th round. He was the 180th pick. Muhammad went to the Saints. He was in the 6th round. And kind of disappointed in this one. Brad Kaya went in the 6th round. Unfortunately, he went to the Lions. But again, I don't know if y'all watched the Momentum podcast. And yes, I know Mr. Fletcher was on there, but there is one with Brad Kaya on there and everything. And also Amon Richards. So y'all check that out. But, and of course, Jakari Harris. But Kaya, he really didn't want to play football. He kind of wanted to make movies and do all that stuff. So, but regardless, the young man's doing well. And then in the 7th round, Stacy Coley went to the Vikings. In the 7th round, Colbert went to the 49ers, and Marquez Williams went to the Jaguars in the 7th round. It's a lot of picks, a lot of draft picks, fellas, a lot of draft picks. That's pretty good. Okay, so our returning starters, we had 7 on offense, and we had 8 on defense. Of course, the three young linebackers there. Okay, let's look at the recruiting class. Now, again, I'm staying with the rivals because that's what we've been using, and I really didn't want to start mixing it up. I just wanted to keep the consistency flowing. According to rivals, the 2017 class, because remember, 2016 didn't count. So Rivals says this was 11th ranked recruiting class. So we had this young man, Mr. Harley, out of Fort Lauderdale. I think he's going to be all right. And you got this other cat from Illinois, Jeff Thomas. I don't know. He may pan out. Javante Dean, Kaleon Hebert. Hope I pronounced that right. Of course, Smith and old Gaynor Wilder, Amari Carter, Trajan Bandy, which no, I'm not going to give a spoiler. I'm not going to spoil it. You got Jonathan Garvin, Jenkins, Deontay Johnson, Evidence Njoku. Little brother coming to the U. Zalante Hillary, Fiegels. Now, I know that's the son of Jeff Fiegels. And if you know your history, he was a punter for Miami back in the day. Zach was all right. And you got this young man, DJ Dallas. I really like that young dude. I really like DJ. He was a good kid. Zach Dykstra. Cade Weldon. That's right. That's right. His dad, Casey, was from Florida State. Palendi. Ooh, this young man, Nkosi Perry. He could have been something good, but we're not going to get into that. All right, then you got Ford, Donaldson, Steed, and Burns. And that is the 2017 recruiting class. Now, here is the depth chart. I know it says week 1, and I went ahead and stayed with week 1 because I went through the whole season and it basically stayed the same. Nothing really changed until, nope, I'm not going to tell you what happened. As you can see, you got Malik, redshirt junior. You got Walton coming in on his junior year. And then you got this little Travis Homer guy, sophomore. He might be all right. You know, and then you got, yeah, as you can see, Richards, Barrios, Thomas, DJ, Harley, Herndon, and little Irvin II. Offensive line, McDermott, Darling, Gauthier. I think I pronounced it because I got spellings over here. Gauthier, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Tyler, for mispronunciating your name all this time. Mr. Donaldson come in, and Mr. St. Louis, and of course, y'all see all of the defensive line, linebackers, cornerbacks, safeties, and of course, punters, kickers, holders, etc. Okay, so the schedule for 2017. This is very interesting. This is the original schedule. All right, this is the original schedule. Again, the rankings are preseason AP rankings. I know you had the coaches poll, you had the BCS come out, but we've stayed with AP, just trying to keep consistency. But they had a little storm, Hurricane Irma, come through. And what happened was the Arkansas State game. Arkansas State was canceled, and if y'all remember them hillbillies up there they were just talking about how scared Miami was to play them, you know. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Miami could have flew to the game, but they would have never gotten back. They would have been delayed getting back, I believe. You know, because I believe that the storm was going to come on shore right about, you know, probably during that Saturday or Sunday, but they would not have been able to get home. So what happened was, you know, Miami kind of went on a 3-week break, you know, between Bethune and Toledo. And then they shuffled the Florida State and Georgia Tech game. Now, with that being said, we are going to get this party started. So as you can see, the out-of-conference opponents was, of course, Bethune, Toledo, and Notre Dame. Notre Dame comes to Hard Rock. All right, so let's get into this. Let's get into the game, shall we? Let's see if I can get this bad boy into full screen mode here. There we go. All right, so first game of the season, Miami comes in ranked number 18. And again, I'm using AP rankings, and that's the only thing I'm going to stay with because it can get confusing, but that's how we're going to do it. All right. So as you can see, let me zoom that in for y'all. There we go. So Miami pulls it out 41-13. Now, one thing about this game, Bethune did jump out to a 3-0 lead there at the first part. But again, like I've always said, no disrespect to the Bethunes and the FAMUs and so forth. But, you know, it was what it was. Won't spend too much time on the stats because it was kind of the outcome that was kind of expected. Miami had the 317 rushing, 233 passing, no interceptions. And you know what I always look for? Third down conversion. Miami was only 4 of 8, but 500 is not bad for this team. Bethune did convert 2 out of 2 on their fourth downs. Miami got 1 sack. Looking at the numbers, Walton come in, got 150 yards, Homer 103. Rozier, which we know he can move. He's a mobile quarterback. And even Mr. Gray got involved. And there's Rozier, had 3 touchdowns. Everybody and their brother got a touch on the ball, even though Mr. Thomas had a -2. It's okay. He caught the ball. Tupac is me. Nah, I'm sorry. I know that's not how it is. It's probably Tupac is me. But the young man had a pretty good game. I mean, I know he only had 47 yards, but I'm sure he averaged 6.7 a carry, so that ain't bad. Of course, their quarterback, Mr. Larry Brim, I guess. He had 212 yards. Again, they had a pretty good bit of people make receptions. All right. Defensively, Bethune had 2 tackles for losses. For Miami, which is kind of interesting, they only had 1 sack. That was Mr. Jackson. They had 7 tackles for losses. And Mr. Young had an interception. All right. Now, Toledo. So finally, after 2 weeks, 3 weeks off, Miami comes in number 14. All right, taking on the 3-0 Toledo. I guess they're the Rockets, I guess. I'm not sure. All right. Now, I did come through. I did highlight some stuff. Let me make that a little bigger there. Some of the things I wanted to highlight is Toledo did have a 16-10 lead at halftime. All right. Matter of fact, it was, Miami was only up 38-30 with 7.5 minutes left to play. But then Miami came on and took care of business. So got a little close there. Got a little close. All right. So looking at some of the team stats, rushing, Miami had 254 yards rushing to Toledo's 85. Miami did have like 9.8 yards a carry. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. That's almost a first down every carry. And still had 333 yards passing to Toledo's 344. Malik was 27-36. He did have an interception. And as you can see, Toledo was 29-50. But Miami had a total of 587 yards. Miami had total offense of 587 yards. I'm sorry, I'm looking and trying to pay attention, but Toledo still had like 429 yards total offense. So, I mean, they did have 2 fumbles and they lost one of them. Fumbles, Miami had one. They recovered that fumble that Toledo had. Now, third down conversions, Miami was 3 of 9. 3 of 9. All right. Now Toledo was 13 of 23. Miami had 4 sacks against Toledo. Toledo had 2 sacks against Miami. All right, so talking about the individual stats, Mr. Walton with his 204 yards rushing for the game. First off, Walton was having some ankle issues. He only played like half the game. All right. He did, as you can see, he had a 82-yard. It was his longest rushing attempt there, 82 yards, which was the 6th longest in Miami history. The 82-yard run was number 6 in Miami history at that time. And you think about all the running backs that were there before 2017. Okay. Also, Mr. Walton in this game was only the 5th Miami running back to rush for over 200 yards. Number 1, you had Edge. He had 299 against UCLA in 98. Edge had 271 and 97 against Boston College. Of course, Duke had 249 against Virginia Tech in 2014. And here's an oldie but goodie. Mr. Lorenzo Smokey Rome. Smokey Rome. Boy, I ain't heard that name in so long. He had 249 against East Carolina in 1980. And then in 2002, Mr. McGahee, Mr. Willis McGahee had 205 yards against Virginia Tech and 204, which is what Walton matched. McGahee had 204 yards against Florida in 2002. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. And considering the young man only played about half the game because of his ankle. Man, I tell you. Again, like I said, Rozier, 27 of 36. He did have the interception. He had 333 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was sacked twice. Barrios led in yardage with 105, but Herndon had 8 receptions to lead everybody. Again, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 different people touched the ball. 10 different people got receptions. That's pretty cool. 3 touchdown passes. Now, again, Toledo didn't do much rushing, but Woodside, Mr. Logan Woodside was 28 of 48, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, but he was sacked 4 times. Now, looking at the defense right quick, for Toledo, Quinn and Moore had the sacks. Toledo had 6 tackles for loss. For Miami, Mr. Harris, Mr. Thomas, Mr. McIntosh all had sacks. Harris had 2. Gave them 4 altogether, and they had 9 tackles for loss. Mr. Redwine had the fumble recovery. Now, I need to see. Yeah, okay, now this is where we're going to kind of get into a little more detail. I want to kind of go through and see what happened. In other words, this is part of those, when I bring those slides up, this is the other part of that book, game book that I don't show, but it goes through each quarter and gives you the drive summaries. So, Toledo gets the ball. They go 9 plays, 24 yards. They punt. Now, Miami comes in. They go down the field, and it's 7-0. All right, so, of course, they had the field goal. I had the plays highlighted that I wanted to talk about, the drives. Okay, so they get a field goal. It's 10-3. 11 plays, 68 yards. Cool. Now, that's oh, that was for Toledo. I'm sorry. Toledo got the field goal 10-3. I am so sorry. All right, so Miami gets the ball back with 14 minutes in the second quarter. They go 3 plays for 5 yards. 3 plays. 3 and out. Toledo gets the ball back. Field goal. Miami gets the ball back. 3 plays, 9 yards. All right. Toledo gets the ball back. Touchdown. Boom. Touchdown. Now it's 13-10. All right. So Miami gets the ball back. 3.5 minutes left. All right. 5 plays, 18 yards, 1:39. Punt the ball. All right. Toledo gets the ball back with about 1:51. Field goal for Toledo. 16-10. All right. So see where I'm kind of getting at here? See where I'm getting at? Now, getting into the third quarter. All right. So Miami gets the ball back. They're up 17. Homer got the touchdown. They're up 17-16. All right. Toledo gets the ball. They punt. Miami gets the ball, and with 1.5 minutes left, he gets sacked. Miami gets a touchdown. 3 plays, 61 yards. That's that. You had that pass to Barrios for 55 yards, so that paid off really well. Now, here we go. So Toledo gets the ball back, 20 seconds left. Pass, incomplete, rush. All right. Then on the run, they had a fumble by the quarterback. It was recovered by Redwine. So Miami starts the drive with 2 seconds left. Okay, Walton rushes. And was there anything else? Okay, so here we are. Miami is up 38-16. They scored a touchdown, et cetera. Excuse me. So Miami comes up, or Toledo gets the ball. They go down the field, score a touchdown. Didn't get the PAT. Miami gets the ball back. 9:21 left. Sacked, incomplete, 4-yard completion. Then he's in Rozier's intercepted. 3 plays. Toledo gets the ball. We have a touchdown because they get the ball back at the Miami 8. Toledo gets the ball at Miami 8. Boom. 38-30. Okay. And then Miami gets the ball back. They go down the field. Touchdown. 45-30. And that's basically how it went. Now, if you notice, what I'm getting at is they didn't really have very many sustained drives. Now, again, in all fairness, it was the second game of the season. They was on a 3-week break. You know, Toledo was a pretty good team, but it took them time. But I wanted to get the ball rolling with that. And no, I'm not doing that for every game, but there are some games that we are going to look at. Okay. Next game. It's a Friday. Number 14. Your number 14 Miami Hurricanes take on the undefeated Duke Blue Devils in North Carolina. Oh my gosh. I'm only on the third game and I can't talk. All right. So right now, Miami is 12-2 all time against Duke. And of course, Miami pulls it out 31-6. As you can see, Rozier had a 27-yard touchdown. Richards had a 49-yard pass, and then Homer had a 40-yard run. It was really never in doubt, you know, especially considering Duke was undefeated. Rushing, stop that. Duke did pull out 183 yards rushing, which is kind of crazy. Will you stop doing that? All right, now passing. Duke was held to 166 passing. Their quarterback was 21 of 42 with the interception. Now, Rozier, was 15 of 26 with the interception. He had 270 yards passing. Of course, Duke had a fumble. Third down conversion, Miami was 4 of 12. 4 of 12. That's our usual 30%. And Duke was 5 of 19, but Miami was 1 of 1 on third down. Duke was only 1 of 3. Miami did have 6 sacks on Duke, but Duke had 3 sacks on Miami. All right. So I was just highlighting the rushing yards for Duke. You know, they had pretty good production. As far as Miami goes, Walton had 51, Rozier ran for 45, and Homer had 43 for a combined 139. Like I said, Rozier was 15 of 26. He had 1 interception for 270 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. His longest pass was 49. That was to Richards, but he was sacked 3 times. Starting to see a lot of sacks, and it's only game 3. Again, Mr. Richards, with that 49-yard touchdown reception, he was the leading yardage receiver with 106, but Walton had the most receptions at 4. Again, you're looking at 2, 4, 7 different guys. Well, Thomas, poor thing. Poor Mr. Thomas. You know, he just hasn't got it yet. He's about to, though. He's about to. Hang in there. But at least he caught the ball. All right. On defense, here we go. So, Mr. Pickney, Bethel, Harris, and D. Jackson, they combined for 1. And then Mr. J. Jackson had 1. McIntosh and Mr. Thomas had 1. That was your 6 sacks, which gave Miami 11 tackles for loss. Mr. Bethel had the fumble recovery. And Pickney, one of my favorites, Mr. Pickney, he had the interception. Okay. Now, the game that everybody's waiting on. Now, if you remember correctly at the schedule, I think I had the rankings wrong, but, well, no, I take that back. I had the rankings right because when the schedule first came out, Florida State was number 3. But when the schedule changed, they had dropped to number 10. Well, I would say unfortunately, but I'll be nice and say unfortunately, Florida State's sitting at 1-2, and your number 13 Miami Hurricanes come in 3-0, 1-0 in ACC play. Now, if y'all have been paying attention, you know that Miami is on a 7-game losing streak to Florida State. Okay. That was rough. Those 7 seeds, that was tough, dude. That was tough. But never fear, the streak is over. Miami comes out and is victorious. Oh my gosh, listen to me like it just happened. So Miami wins 24-20. And I tell you what, this game here, you look at it. I mean, it was really never out of reach. The biggest lead was 4 points when Miami went up 17-13. I mean, that was the biggest lead. Well, no, I take that back. Miami was up 10-3. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, dude, that was a good game. Unfortunately, I had to work that night, which was probably the last time I worked when Florida State and Miami was playing. I take vacation every time ever since. But man, let me tell you, that was a good game. And I know because Miami won, but I mean, if they would have pulled off that extra point that got blocked last year, I don't know if they would have come back and won in overtime, but that's not the point. Okay, so looking at everything, Florida State, I still don't understand how Miami won this game. But Florida State had 203 yards rushing. Miami only had 83. All right. Florida State was averaging 4.7 yards a carry. Miami was only averaging almost just 2.9, almost 3 yards a carry. Now, Florida State had 203 yards passing. Excuse me. They had 2 interceptions. Okay? 2 interceptions. Miami had 254 yards passing and 1 interception. So, I still can't believe Florida State had over 200 yards rushing and lost the game. So altogether, Florida State outgained Miami in total offense 406 to 337. So Miami was 7 of 17 on third down conversion. Florida State was 5 of 15. Miami had 4 sacks against Florida State. Florida State had 3 sacks. You know, so what happened? We're going to find out. So Mr. Akers, oh my gosh, you thought Dalvin Cook was a running back. That Mr. Akers, you know, you got to give that young man credit where credit's due. He had 20 rushes for 121, and his longest was 46 yards, which, if I'm not mistaken, that was a touchdown. I believe that's the one he hit off that left tackle. I believe. No, it wasn't. It must have. I thought, well, who the hell? I must be thinking of Dalvin. I'm sorry. My apologies. And then Mr. Patrick, he had 91 yards on 11 carries. I mean, hell, he was averaging 8.3 yards a carry. You know. You know, Miami's leading rusher, Homer and Rozier, both had 29 yards rushing. The only thing is, Homer only had 3 rushes for 9.7 average. Walton had 25 yards on 12 carries, but get to that in just a second. Rozier was 19 of 44 for 254, 3 touchdowns. His longest pass play was 37 yards. Barrios come in with 90 yards receiving and on 8 receptions. He had 2 touchdowns. Langham, we all know about Langham. Langham caught that pass at the end. That was basically his game right there. Looking at Florida State, I mean, you got Izzo and Tate with over 50, Murray, Gavin, Patrick, Campbell. Okay, on defense, the leading tackler was Jaquan Johnson. It's not good when your defensive back is your leading tackler. He had 12 tackles. Oh, crap, I didn't do the tacklers for the other games. It'd be all right. Mr. D. Jackson, Mr. Harris, and Mr. J. Jackson had sacks along with Mr. Norton. Ding! Remember that? He had the leg playing the guitar. Ding! You know. All right. So that was your 4 sacks. Miami had 9 tackles for loss. Mr. Delaney had an interception, and Mr. Jackson had an interception. For Florida State, their leading tackler was Myers. They had the 3 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. Now, I want to look at this. Okay, so here we are. We're in the 4th quarter. All right, 4th quarter. Let me zoom this in for you. I told y'all we were going to go in deep. So, all right, so Miami had just punted the ball to the Florida State 23 right here. All right. Just downed it. They went 8 plays, 27 yards in 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Okay, so Florida State gets the ball. 14, almost just 13 seconds expired in the 4th quarter. So we still got 14 minutes and 47 seconds left to play. Akers. Okay, that's what I was looking at. Akers had a 46-yard run to the Miami 31. He only got a first down. For some reason, I thought he had scored a touchdown. I was wrong. All right, so and then Akers had a rush for a yard. Mr. Blackman was a pass complete to Campbell for 15 yards. They're down to the Miami 15. Akers runs right over right tackle. No gain. Incomplete pass. Timeout. All right. So, then Blackman hit a pass to Izzo for 15 yards for a touchdown. The 6 plays, they went 77 yards in 2.5 minutes, and the game is tied. And I'm like, oh, no, not again. Not again. All right, so Miami gets the ball. It was at the Miami 18. DJ Dallas returned it from the goal line to the 18, but there was a holding penalty. Surprise, surprise on special teams. So Miami starts on their own 9-yard line with 12:13 left to play. 3 plays, 5 yards, 56 seconds expired. So luckily, Fiegels punted the ball 47 yards. So Florida State starts on their own 35 with 11:17 left to go. All right, so we have a pass complete for 18 yards to the Miami 47. Akers runs for 4 yards to the 43. He runs right for 1. Then you had a false start, and then a pass for 21 yards. So they're down to the Miami 26. Now, Blackman was sacked for 4 yards to the 30. He fumbled it, but it was recovered by Florida State. Man, that would have been good too. Then Akers runs for 5 yards. Patrick, 4-yard run. And then their field goal. So they're up 13-10, 6:55 left to play. Yep, you see it. So with 6:55 to play, Miami starts off on their 25 with the touchback. Barrios for 15 yards, Herndon for 37. They get down to the Florida State 23, Herndon for 9 yards, and then Mr. Walton runs 7 yards to the Florida State 7 for a first down. And unfortunately, that's when Mr. Walton's season came to an end. Messed his ankle. I think he broke his ankle. Because I'm like, man, I saw that. So yeah, Walton's out for the season. So with 5.5 minutes to play, Walton goes down. Donaldson goes down, but I believe he came back. But yeah, Walton was lost for the season, and it's only the 4th game. So yeah, that was rough. All right, but the good thing is, long story short, Miami did score a touchdown with a little bit over 5 minutes, 5 minutes and 9 seconds left in the game. I'm like, all right. They went 6 plays, 75 yards in 1:46, but no Walton. All right, so Florida State gets the ball back, touchback at their own 25 with 5 minutes left. Okay. They go down the field, 14-yard pass, 9-yard pass, 4-yard run, 2-yard run, 15-yard pass. They're down to the Miami 31. Blackman was sacked. Florida State had an injured player. All right, so we got 2.5 minutes left. 15-yard pass. 2-yard run. We're down to 1:44, and then they throw a 20-yard pass for a touchdown. Florida State's up 20-17 with 1:24 left. God I'm like, oh my God. Now you got to remember, up to the fourth quarter, it was 10-3 Miami. So all this that I've been rattling off has happened in the fourth quarter. And I know a lot of people already know what happened, but I wanted to make sure I got in the Walton thing. Okay. And this was probably one of the most impressive drives I have seen Miami pull in a while. So the pass, 3rd and 10. The pass to Barrios for 17 yards, first down to the 42. Then Homer runs for 10 yards. Homer runs for 14 yards. Incomplete to Cager. We got 19 seconds left. It's 3rd and 10. Hits Barrios on that crossing pattern for 11 yards, first down. We got 11 seconds left. I'm telling you, Barrios, if it wasn't for well, I shouldn't say if it wasn't for Barrios, but I tell you what, Barrios came through that game. And then here we go. 6 seconds left. 1st and 10 on the Florida State 23. We all know it. We all see it. Rozier throws that pass on the sideline. Langham catches it. Falls forward. Touchdown, Miami. Ball game. Because they kicked off. Florida State didn't go that far. And that was the ball game. So that's awesome. It was a good game. It really was. I mean, it was really, really good. All right. So this brings us to the next week. So Miami, your number 11. Some polls said 10, but number 11, Miami. Hurricanes 4-0, 2-0 in ACC play. Are at home against Georgia Tech, 3-1, 2-0. All right. Oh, also with that victory against Florida State, Miami moves to 32-30 against Florida State all time. Now with Georgia Tech, believe it or not, and if you've been paying attention these last 13 episodes, you'll know Miami and Georgia Tech are tied up 11-11 all time. Is what it is. So, and I believe it rained during this game too. But anyway, so yeah, y'all know how this goes. I don't know why I'm acting like the game hasn't been played like 7 years ago. All right, so Miami pulls it out. Oh, and we're going to look at this one too, so just buckle up. So Miami pulls it out 25-24, basically on a on a field goal with 4 seconds left. Yeah, this is the number, they were ranked number 11. Now, maybe Georgia Tech was, I don't know. That's what happened. Now, again, you know Georgia Tech and their running philosophy. All right. Tell you, I'm going to try to fill this screen up here. Because the guru may be watching it. He won't be able to see it. How about that? All right. So Georgia Tech had 226 yards rushing expected. Miami had 184 yards rushing. All right. So Georgia Tech was averaging 4.3 yards a carry. Miami was averaging a little over 5 yards a carry. Of course, the weather wasn't that great either. And of course, in typical Georgia Tech fashion in the 2010s, 3 of 8 passing for 55 yards, but Miami was 23 of 38 for 297. Miami outgained them by 200 yards in total offense, 481 to 281, but yet had to come back and win the game. Let's see. Georgia Tech had 2 fumbles and lost one of them. Miami was only 2 of 12. 2 of 12 on 3rd down. But they were 1 of 1 on 4th down. Thought I saw something. Okay, Mr. Homer in his first start as running back one, 20 carries for 170 yards. He had a touchdown, averaged 8.5 yards a carry. Not a bad day's work. Oh, Rozier, 23 of 37 for 297. He had a touchdown as long as pass play was 70 yards, which, if I'm not mistaken, that went to Mr. Jeff Thomas. He almost made it in the end zone. Jeff Thomas had 2 catches for 78. That's including that long of 70. Rozier was sacked twice. All right, so Langham was the leading receiver with 100 yards. Berrios was the leading reception with 6. All right, and looking at Georgia Tech, I mean, everybody and the mascot got rushing yardage. Like I said, they had 226. They did have a passing. They did have a touchdown pass. Of course, you know, typical. Everybody's expecting a run play. Next thing you know, you got a guy wide open in the end zone. Nobody within 15 yards of him. Sound familiar? So, yeah. That's it. But the quarterback was sacked twice. His longest pass play was 48. So, yeah. Exactly. All right. So looking at the defensive numbers for Georgia Tech, they had 3 sacks. They had 5 tackles for loss. For Miami, again, got defensive back leading with 8 tackles. Mr. Quarterman had 8 tackles. Mr. Thomas and McLeod had a sack each. And Miami had 7 tackles for loss. Mr. Quarterman had a fumble recovery. And yes, we are going to look at this game in detail too. QB, what's up, dude? All right, so starting in the first quarter, you know, you have your 3 and outs, whatever. I mean, you know, you had the field goal. I really don't look too much into the first quarter very often because, you know, it's kind of like a boxing match. You're trying to feel each other out. But no diddy. So Miami's up 3-0, had a field goal. Georgia Tech starts on their 24-yard line. Okay. 8 minutes left in the first quarter. They get a 7-yard run, 5-yard run, and then Lynch hits a 48-yard run to the Miami 16. Run. Touchdown. My God, Diaz, it's friggin' Georgia Tech. You know what they're going to do? 7 plays, but it only took 3.5 minutes. Okay, so Miami gets the ball back. 3 plays, -1 yard. Guess what? Georgia Tech gets the ball back. Run. Okay, they did have an injured player. They get the ball on the 30. Fiegels had punted a 50-yard punt. They started at their own 30. Then they ran for 24, ran for 15, 1 yard, ran for 14, run for 12. Then they had a no gain. They're all the way down to Miami's 4-yard line, 1st and goal. End of the first quarter. Guess what they do? They run for 1 yard. They get to the 3-yard line. Guess what? They pass the ball. Put them to sleep on 3rd and goal. Got to stay disciplined. Got to stay disciplined. At this point, where we at? 14.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Georgia Tech is up 14-3. Miami is number 11. Okay? At home. All right, so we get a bunch of... Okay, Miami gets a field goal on the next possession. They stop Georgia Tech, and then Miami goes 3 plays for 7 yards. And then Miami stops them on 4th down. Miami gets the ball. They go down the field. You get Homer gets a 17-yard touchdown. Miami is now at 14-13. Okay. We have about 12 seconds left in the half. It's a 1-point lead for Georgia Tech. Of course, it's halftime. All right. Now, start of the third quarter. Miami kicks the ball off. It's an onside kick. Miami comes out in the third quarter after halftime, does an onside kick. Guess what? If I'm not mistaken, it did not go far enough. I think it hit Barrios. And I guess Simmons returned the ball for a touchdown. I remember watching this game, and I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. Is this really happening? Then, bam, just like that, Georgia Tech's up 21-13. Miami gets the ball back. 5 plays, 3 yards. Georgia Tech gets the ball back. Guess what? They run. Bam! 48-yard pass. So, that's their passing yards right there. And then guess what? Run. He did get sacked. Incomplete pass. They kick a field goal. It's 24-13, Georgia Tech. We got 5.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Or 5 minutes and 52 seconds left in the third quarter. Miami is down 24-13. Guess what? Miami gets the ball back. They go down the field. They do kick a field goal. It's 24-16. All right. Georgia Tech gets the ball. They stop, and Miami gets the ball back. They got 30 seconds left in the third quarter. They get the ball down to the Miami 45, and we start the fourth quarter. All right. Rozier runs. He completes a pass to Langham for 16. And then Homer runs, for a 27-yard touchdown. Okay, Miami's only down 24-22. Because the 2-point conversion failed. Okay. So we got about 13.5 minutes left in the fourth. Georgia Tech. They go 3 and out. Miami gets the ball back with 11.5 minutes. 5 plays. 23 yards. Okay, then the defense starts to tighten up, it looks like. Georgia Tech starts with 9:28 left. 3 plays, -8. Miami gets the ball back with 8:06 on their own 19-yard line. 4 plays, 13 yards. Are you seeing a trend forming? Do you see what I'm getting at? And just remember, all this is you got to pay the piper one day. All right. Georgia Tech gets the ball back. They start with 5:44 left. And they go 6 plays, 14 yards. Now Miami gets the ball back. Fourth quarter, they're down by 2. 2 minutes and a half left. All right, so they go through all this. They get down to the 4th and 10. Y'all know the play. 4th and 10 on the Georgia Tech 43. Langham catches that 28-yard pass on the sideline. I almost lost my shit. I'm like, holy crap. And the crazy thing is, he could have dropped that ball just as easily as he caught it, because I believe the defender touched it, tipped it, and it just happened to land in him just right. So, I mean, that was pretty cool. Shouldn't have happened, but it was pretty cool. Oh, and then of course Homer runs it in for a touchdown, and Miami is on top 25-24. Oh, we have 4 seconds left. So they kick it off. They lost it 5-14. They started doing all this, had a fumble, and it was recovered. Ball game. So, yeah. You know, the reason why I'm doing that is because, again, like I said in the beginning of this, you know, a lot of people think that this 2017 team was so friggin' awesome because they went 10-3. They went 10-0. They beat Notre Dame. Again, I'm not discounting the wins. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not being anti-Kane. I'm giving you the information. Okay? I have not given my opinion on anything. I've given you the numbers. I've given you the stats. Okay? I don't know how else to interpret that. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. You see where I'm getting at? I'm just saying. So if anybody gets on here late on a rewatch and think, oh, here you go, being anti-Kane. Nah, bro, that's why I show this. Yeah, camera's opposite. That's why I put these slides up and I show this information. Because I hope you don't think I typed this up. You can go to collegepressbox.com, find the same thing I'm using right now. You know, I'm just saying. All right. Moving right along. Next game. Your now number 8. Miami is in the top 10. 5-0. 3-0 in ACC play. Take on the Orangemen. The Orangemen of Syracuse. 4-3, 2-1. Miami does hold a 15-7 record all time against Syracuse, you know, going back to the old Big East days. Let's see what happens, shall we? Let me do some housekeeping here. We put this bad boy on view full screen. I guess I could just learn to hit Control L, but all right, y'all ready? And Miami pulls it out 27-19. Now again, Syracuse was 4-3. Miami was 5-0. Playing at Miami. Okay. As you can see, you know, Miami jumped out. You know, it was 13-3 at halftime. You know, and then it was 20-13, 20-16. It got close at 20-19 in the fourth, but Homer had that 33-yard run with 2.5 minutes left. They won 27-19. And I don't think Miami was a 8-point favorite. They were probably double-digit favorites in this game. Just saying. All right. First downs are pretty even. Now, Syracuse, I almost said Southern, because every time I see SU, I think Southern. I guess that's just because I'm down here in Baton Rouge. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Okay, so almost said it again. Syracuse had 264 yards rushing. Miami did have a nice 136. Syracuse was averaging 5.2 yards a carry. Miami only averaged 4.2. But passing. Miami had 344 on 26 of 43. Syracuse only had 135. All right. But they also had 4 interceptions. They were 14 of 42. So the passing game really wasn't working for these people. But the running game sure was. Miami did have a fumble. They did have that one turnover. Now, of course, don't forget the turnover chain is coming out during all these turnovers. So in case you missed the first part of this, or if, your history doesn't go as far back as 2017, the turnover chain makes its appearance this year, and it came out 4 times on this game. So just remember that. All right. So 3rd down. Miami was 3 of 13 on 3rd downs. Have y'all not, if you've paid attention, and for those of you fine folks that have been with us since episode 1, 3rd down conversions has been an Achilles heel of Miami. And even to this day, it still is. They usually average about 30%. Why can't they get at least 40%? But Syracuse was 9 of 22, so that's even worse. Syracuse was 1 of 2 on 4th down. And of course, like I said, Miami had the 4 sacks against Syracuse. All right. So Homer's becoming a pretty good little back, don't you think? We might have to keep this guy. He might work out. Homer had 20 rushes for 95 yards, a touchdown. His longest was 33. He averaged 4.8 a carry. Rozier, of course, he is a quarterback that can run. Okay. And the thing about Rozier, when he ran, he didn't look fast, but he was fast enough. You know what I'm saying? He ran slow, but he outran everybody. Craziest thing in the world, man. That's the craziest thing. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, seriously, it was crazy. It looked like he was running slow, but he was outrunning everybody. Okay. So he had 45 yards rushing. Rozier, like I said, 26 of 43, 344, 2 touchdowns. His longest pass play was 48 yards. And that went to, I believe that was Jeff Thomas. Now, Chris Herndon, 10 receptions, 96 yards, a touchdown. His longest was 35. Of course, Mr. Richards was the leading receiver with 99 yards. Herndon was the leading receiver on receptions at 10. Again, 2, 4, 6, 8 different people caught the ball. Look at Mr. Harley. Mr. Harley getting involved. All right, so looking at Syracuse, Strickland and Dungy. Strickland was averaging 7.5 yards a carry. Dungy was averaging 5 yards a carry. Wow. And of course, Dungy, which was the quarterback, mobile quarterback. He's a running quarterback, I believe. Not that I care. Who cares? Whatever he is, he ran for 100 yards and threw for 137. Say what you want, but you got to respect it. He was sacked 3 times. He did have the 4 interceptions. Phillips was their leading receiver with 57 yards. All right, so Mr. Bennett was their leading tackler. He was pretty busy, but like I said, no sacks, 4 tackles for losses. Dungy did have a fumble recovery for Miami. Mr. Pickney was the leading tackler at 9. He also had 2.5 sacks. He shared one with Mr. Harris. Also, Quarterman, Mr. Hammerman, Sledgehammer, had a sack. And, of course, they had 9 tackles for loss. The interceptions belonged to Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jackson, and 2 for the other Jackson. So the turnover chain was out in full force that game. But you didn't really blow anybody out. So, before I get into all this, so this is the first time with this win over Syracuse, this is the first time Miami is 4-0 since joining the ACC. in 2004. Or 6-4. Yeah. Regardless of the fact, this is the first time they've been 4-0 since joining the ACC. It's been like 13 years. Wow. Also, the 11 wins, which dates back to the 4-game winning streak, plus the bowl game, 5-game, and this puts them at 11 wins, which is their best winning streak since winning 34 between 2000 and 2002. And this is 2017. Okay. All right. So what do I have highlighted on this? Yeah. And the cool thing about these game books off of College Press Box, it goes quarter by quarter and everything. All right. So what am I looking for? There it is. Yeah, that was the interception. But I thought, okay, so like here, you got Miami, 3 plays and out. Third quarter, 7 plays and out. Now, of course, Miami was winning, but then 7 plays and out. Okay, here we go. So it's what I say was 13-6. And we are in the third quarter. We got 3.5 minutes left in the third quarter. So we had an incomplete pass by Rozier. Homer ran for 5. Rozier hits Thomas for that 48-yard touchdown. Okay. That made it 20-6. Now, Badgley kicks off 53 yards out of bounds. So Syracuse gets the ball on the 35. So we got low under 3 minutes left in the third quarter. So they run for a yard, 7 run for a yard, run for 28. Now Trajan got a little time in, but he walked off under his own power. Okay, then you had incomplete pass. Then they had a run for 14 yards. Then they got the Miami 15. And then a rush for 15 yards. Touchdown, 20-13. 20-13. So, yeah, we got we got a minute left in the third quarter. All right, so we got a completed pass to Richards. Homer rushes for 2 yards. That's the end of the quarter. So we go to the fourth quarter. They go 3 and out. All right. Syracuse gets the ball with under 15 minutes in the fourth. They go down. They hit a field goal, 20-16. All right. Miami gets the ball back. They get down to, we're down to 9, low under 10 minutes left in the game. Miami calls a timeout on 4th and 3 on Syracuse's 31 with 7:22 left. Incomplete pass to Langham. Now it says that Rozier was hurried up, but I guess they were trying to find more Langham magic. All right. Yeah, that comes out a little bit better. Okay. Now, Syracuse gets the ball. 7 minutes left. They go down the field. Field goal. It's now 20-19. Miami gets the ball back. Fourth quarter, 5:23 left. Luckily, they were able to go down, get a touchdown. So basically, what I'm getting at is, again, Miami has these drives that go nowhere, and then the defense gives up points. Well, Studio One Live, how you doing?
Doing great, man.
Cool. Well, you just in time. We're about to get to the North Carolina game.
Okay.
Now, what I've been doing tonight is something a little different. I've been kind of going a little in depth on some of the plays during the game. because there was, my thing is, as much as I enjoyed the 2017 season, I just didn't get that feeling that they were that. I had a feeling they were going to pay the piper eventually. And what I'm basically doing is setting up the end of the season is what I'm doing. Because everything that they're doing now is going to come back and bite them on the ass. And I didn't want to sit here and act like, because, some people got to be critical. I don't want anybody thinking I'm just giving my opinion. So I'm giving all stats. But anyway, let's see here. Okay, so now, here we are. Miami is now number 8. Your number 8 Miami Hurricanes, 6-0. It should have been 5-0 in the ACC. I don't know why I messed that up. But taking on North Carolina at Chapel Hill. North Carolina is 1-7 and 0-5. And Miami is only 9-10 all time against North Carolina to this point. That is just mind-boggling myself. I don't understand it, but it's cool. All right. And this will be another one of those games where I kind of go into detail about. It won't be much. Okay, Miami pulls it out 24-19. Boom. Now, Miami was down 6-0. Never really trailed after that. But again, North Carolina came into this game 1-7, and they were using their third string quarterback there in this game. All right, so looking at some of the numbers, North Carolina had 27 first downs to Miami's 16. And again, North Carolina had 176 yards rushing to Miami's 59. Miami wasn't even getting 2 yards a carry. But Miami was 17 of 41 with 356 yards passing with 1 interception. But North Carolina, again, using a third string quarterback, was 20 of 46, 3 interceptions, 252 yards. So Miami had 3 fumbles, but lost 1. North Carolina had a fumble and lost it. So the turnover chain came out 4 times that game. Miami, once again, 4 of 17 on third down. Luckily, North Carolina was only 6 of 18. But Miami was 1 of 2 on fourth down, and North Carolina was 2 of 4. All right. So, Homer, he only had 40 yards rushing on 16 attempts. Rozier tried to run the ball a little bit. He only had 20 yards. Like I said, they did bring in Sheriffs, Evan, however you want to, regardless of the fact he wasn't worth a shit. He was 1 of 3 on 1 series. And, I tell you what, I remember seeing that and I was thinking to myself, God, if anything happens to Rozier, can Nkosi come in? That Sharif dude was bad. I mean, I'm sorry. No disrespect to the young man, but that was a thin quarterback room back then. Rozier did have 3 touchdowns. He was sacked twice. His longest pass play was 78. That was to Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas will start to make a name for himself. And, of course, Rozier was sacked 2 times. Barrios led receivers with 7 receptions. Thomas led with 101 yards. Homer had 57, Herndon 60, Dallas 49, and Richards 11. Barrios, Thomas, and Herndon all had a touchdown. Herndon's his longest touchdown pass was 51 yards. So they got the ball down the field on the passing, but you had Brown and Elliott had 88 and 79 yards rushing for North Carolina. The backup quarterback was 16 of 39 with 3 interceptions, 173, sacked 3 times. Surratt was 1 of 3. He got sacked. But yeah, it was bad. All right, defensively. Again, when a defensive back is your leading tackler, things aren't that good defensively. He had 11 tackles. He was tied with McIntosh for the leading tacklers. Mr. Jackson and Redwine combined on a sack, plus Mr. Jackson had another sack. Mr. D. Jackson had a sack, and Mr. Quarterman had a sack. Altogether, they had 10 tackles for loss. Mr. Jaquan Johnson had a fumble recovery. Mr. M. Jackson had an interception, and Redwine had an interception, and Mr. Perry. For North Carolina, they had Holcomb and Clark combined for a sack, and Carney got a sack. They had 3 tackles for loss. Their interception came from Mr. Britt. Fumble recovery by Crawford. All right, now, so you're probably asking yourself, what the hell happened? How can number 8, Miami, undefeated, do this against a 1-7 North Carolina team? Very easy. So, this is what I was talking about. It was about 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Let's see if I can do this. Holy crap, I got it right. Sweet. Here we go. So we're looking at about 4 or 5 minutes left in the first quarter. North Carolina's up by 3. I don't know why they put Sharif's in unless Rozier just needed a break. I don't know. So 3 plays, nothing. All right, so we go to come on now. It's the first quarter. All right, so we start the second quarter. Rozier comes back as quarterback. Of course, 11 plays, 37 yards. Then North Carolina goes down the field and gets a field goal. They're up 6-0. All right, so with about 3.5 minutes left in the second quarter, Mr. Gray rushes up the middle. They basically go down the field. They score a touchdown. It's 7-6 Miami. Then they hold North Carolina 3 plays and out. Miami goes 4 plays. They're out. And then North Carolina runs the clock out. So we're at halftime. All right, so first play of the third quarter, Miami comes out, 78-yard pass to Jeff Thomas for a touchdown. Miami's up 14-6. And then North Carolina goes 3 and out. Miami goes 3 and out. And then North Carolina has a block punt, or Miami blocked the punt against North Carolina. They get the ball at the 13 of North Carolina. All Miami can muster is a field goal. All right. And then North Carolina gets the ball with about 9:43 left. They go down, touchdown, 17-13. They just went right down the field in 4 plays. Well, no, they went from the 47. All right, so Miami gets the ball back, 4 plays, and they're out. Let's see. North Carolina gets the ball, 5 plays, they're out. Now we're in the third quarter still, third quarter. Then Miami 8 plays for 60 yards, nothing. Okay. And then they had the interception with about a minute left. Miami got the interception. Mr. Perry returned the interception for -1 yards. Okay, so Miami gets the ball back near the end of the third quarter. And at the start of the fourth quarter, they go 3 plays. They go 1 yard. They're out. Luckily, they held North Carolina to 10 plays, and they held them. Okay. Miami gets the ball back. They start at their own 15, 11 and a half left to go. Rozier has a pass intercepted, but there was pass interference on North Carolina, so Miami returned to say they kept the ball, and they went down the field. They scored a touchdown. The first play of the next drive, the ball gets intercepted by Redwine. All right. Then Miami gets the ball back with 9 minutes left. Rozier throws an interception. All right. Then they hold North Carolina. Miami goes 3 and out. North Carolina goes again. Let's see. Yeah, they had the fumble. North Carolina had the fumble. Miami recovers. And then Miami gets the ball back with 2 left, and they end up winning 24-19. So, with that being said, the reason why I brought that up is just the non-productiveness of the offense. Just inconsistent non-productiveness. And they just let the teams go. There's a 1-17 with a third-string quarterback. I don't get it. All right, so now let's get to some good stuff. Let's get to some good stuff here. All right, so here we go. Miami is now 7-0. They're number 9. They take on number 13, Virginia Tech. They're 7-1, 3-1 in the ACC. This was the game where they wore the black uniforms. I think this was the first time they wore the black uniforms, I think. Well, no, the Adidas ones. They had the Nike ones, didn't they? Yeah, they had the Nike black ones, but this was the first Adidas black ones. I remember this game. All right. So Miami pulls it out 28-10. I remember that a 64-yard run by Mr. Homer. Miami was up 14-3 at the half. But Virginia Tech did come back, make it a little interesting at 14-10, but then Miami went ahead and took care of business and finished up. Oops. The heck did I do? Miami takes care of business 28-10. So basically everything was pretty even on first downs. Miami was 3 of 8 on third down. Virginia Tech wasn't. Okay, get your shit straight here, dude. Miami did have 429 yards of total offense to Virginia Tech's 299. Passing was kind of even, 219 for Miami, 197 for Virginia Tech. But Miami was only 12 of 24 passing. Virginia Tech was 20 of 32. But when you running the ball 210 yards on 34 attempts, shoot, I'd run the ball too. And Miami held Virginia Tech to 102 yards rushing. Virginia Tech had 4 turnovers, 2 fumbles, and 2 interceptions. Miami had 3 interceptions. Got a little sloppy there. Yeah, as you can see, Malik was 11 of 22 for 202 yards. He had 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Mr. Josh Jackson has 197 with 2 interceptions. Trayvon McMillan had 52 yards rushing. Homer did really well, 95 yards. Rozier had 84 yards on some scrambles or some runs. Even DJ got 32. As far as receiving goes, it's the same story. Barrios had 4 receptions, 59 yards. Herndon had 61 yards, and he had that little scamper down the sideline, if I'm not mistaken. I still don't know how he made it to the end zone, but he did. I guess it was the camera angle because I thought they had him pinned in that sideline. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. He had a touchdown. Barrios had a touchdown. Cam Phillips for Virginia Tech had 101 yards. He was their big target. So yeah, Malik had a fumble. Amon Richards had a fumble. But McIntosh and Garvin recovered fumbles. And then, of course, Jackson and Savoy for Virginia Tech had the fumbles. For, interceptions, Redwine and Jaquan Johnson had an interception for Miami. And Floyd Alexander and Stroman Jr. had the 3 for Virginia Tech. Looking at some defensive numbers, had to make this myself. Virginia Tech, like we said, they had 5 sacks, tackles for losses, and they only had 2 sacks. And we talked about the 2 interceptions for Miami. Again, Mr. Jaquan Johnson was leading tackler with 7, along with Joe Jackson and Malik Young at 7. Miami had the 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 tackles for loss, 8 tackles for loss. Good, that's a long list. And they had Mr. Joe Jackson had a sack. Ken Norton had a sack. Mr. Garvin, Carter, they all had sacks. And, of course, Johnson and Redwine had the interception, and McIntosh and Garvin had the fumble recovery. So, yeah. And with that being said, the next game, number 7, Miami, your number 7 Miami Hurricanes, 8-0, taking on number 3 Notre Dame, 8-1. Now, I will say this. At the time, I really didn't think that Notre Dame was really number 3 in the country, because they really hadn't played anybody. I think the only team they played, I think they beat number 11 USC a couple of weeks before. But, of their 9 games, I believe 6 or 7 were played at home. So it wasn't like, but hey, it's cool. I take what we can get. All right. I don't know how many of y'all watched that game. I know I did. Miami pulls it out 41-8. And honestly, it really wasn't that close. Basically, when you got to halftime after that Bandy interception of 65 yards and it was 27-0, I mean, it was just, they just kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit. I mean, they let Notre Dame get that 1 touchdown and 2-point conversion, but it ended up being 41-8, and it could have been a lot worse, So looking at the stats, Miami had 237 yards rushing to Notre Dame's 109, and Notre Dame allegedly had this NFL caliber offensive line at the time. You had all these alleged first-round picks on the offensive line. Not my words. That was the announcer's words. Now, as far as passing, Miami was 15 of 24 for 137, but when you're running for 237 yards, who really cares? Notre Dame did have the 3 interceptions. They were 13 of 27 for 152. Which Miami outgained them 374 to 261 in offense. Third down conversion. Miami was only 2 of 13, but they were 3 of 3 on 4th down. So that's pretty cool. All right. Mr. Homer had 18 carries for 146 yards. I mean, he was averaging 8.1 yard a carry. And what better way to showcase yourself on national television? And thank God we didn't make a ass of ourselves on TV. Other than that, Wimbush was sacked 5 times. Basically, it was kind of even in the receiving room. Cager had the 45 yards, but Herndon had the 4 receptions. On defense, will you please get that off my screen? Bastard. Okay. On defense, no sacks for Notre Dame, but they did have 6 tackles for loss. For Miami, Jaquan Johnson. Well, Johnson had 8 yards, 8 tackles. I'm sorry, I can't even think. Mr. Jackson had a sack. McLeod, Harris had 2. Garvin had 1 sack. And that was the 5 sacks. They had 9 tackles for loss. Mr. Garvin had that fumble recovery down the sideline there. And there it is. Mr. Bandy had his interception for 65 yards. Young had an interception, and Mr. Jaquan Johnson had an interception. Whew. Okay. Now, this is where it starts getting fun. This is where it gets fun because you now have your number 2 or number 3, but I'm going with number 2, Miami Hurricane. Why did stop playing games with my heart? 9-0 Miami, 6-0 in ACC, taking on 6-4, 3-3 Virginia. And if y'all know anything about this, I mean, Miami is only 8-6 all time against Virginia to this point. And Miami pulls it out 44-28. Now, Virginia was up 14-0. All right. This could have been a letdown game from, see, they got him at number 3, but I like number 2. This could have been a letdown game because coming off that big win against Notre Dame the previous week, they come out, they're down 14-0, 14-7 at the first quarter. And then they tie it up, and then eventually Virginia gets back to a 28-14 lead. But then starting about 10 minutes left in the third, as you can see, Miami just went ahead and they took care of business. Apparently they made their adjustments. I mean, Virginia only had, welcome back. Virginia only had 55 yards rushing. Okay. What's that? You kind of
I've heard my internet choppy.
Yeah, it'd be all right. You kind of look pretty good in that.
Yeah, I'm out here in Orlando.
Pixelated.
My phone jumping back and forth from Wi-Fi to the cellular data.
Oh yeah. I know that feeling. Usually I just turn the Wi-Fi off when it does that crap. But I feel you. I know how you are. I know what it's like. All right,
first, I was in the room and I was using Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I stepped out.
Oh, I understand.
But go ahead.
Okay. So, like I said, Virginia only had 55 yards rushing. Okay. Miami had 148. Let's see. Miami was averaging 4.6 yards a carry. Virginia was only averaging 2 yards a carry. But they also had 384 yards passing. Their quarterback was 28 of 37. He had 1 interception. All right. He had 4 passing touchdowns. Now, Miami, Malik was 15 of 28. He had 2 interceptions and only threw for 210 yards. 210 yards. Virginia, with that passing, outgained Miami 39 to 358. Third down conversion. Miami was 6 of 13. Now, on the fourth down conversion, that's what did Virginia in. They were 0 of 3. All right. They were 0 of 3 on third down conversion. Fourth down conversion. Because they had some spots where they were like on the, I don't know, I guess it was about midfieldish, I guess. And they decided to go for it on fourth down. And they blew it. Excuse me just 1 second, please. All right, I'm back. I was opening up the can. I didn't want to make a bunch of racket on the microphone because you got enough racket with me talking. But all right. So, as I was saying, basically, you know, when Virginia went for those fourth down conversions and they blew it, that basically, in my opinion, that was really the ball game. At least that's what I saw in all the drive summaries. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Homer had 17 rushes for 96 yards. He had a touchdown along with Rozier, got some runs in. He had a touchdown. Like I said, Rozier was only 15 of 28. He had 2 interceptions. He was sacked 3 times. I'm really not liking this offensive line this year, by the way. He had 3 touchdowns. And, I mean, 2, 4, 6. He had 9 different players get receptions. Richards led everybody with 4 receptions for 51 yards and a touchdown. Harris had 1 touchdown. He had 43 yards on two catches. Cager got him a touchdown. As far as, I mean, the leading rusher for Virginia only had 29 yards. Okay. Now remember, Virginia is only a 6 and 14. But Ben Kirk, I think that's how you say it. I mean, he was 28 of 37. He had the interception. He had 384 yards, sacked 5 times. His longest pass play was 75 yards with a touchdown right there to Mr. Reed. But you take those 5 sacks and then you couple that with the 0 for 3 on fourth down, and that's what got him. I mean, because that was the upset that was going to happen. Because I remember watching that game because it was an early game. Matter of fact, it was at one of those. I believe it was the high noon game. I remember watching that and I'm thinking, oh man, because it just, I guess it was just that point in the season, that time of Miami football. You just knew it was about to implode. Anyway. All right. So, like I said, they had 3 sacks. They had 4 tackles for loss. They had their 2 interceptions. For Miami, again, Mr. Johnson, a defensive back, was your leading tackler. You really can't be that successful when a defensive back is your leading tackler. He had 9 tackles. He also had a sack. McIntosh and Thomas combined for a sack. Jackson had 1, and Mr. Harris had 2. That's your 5 sacks, and then you had your 11 tackles for loss. Mr. Johnson also had an interception for 30 yards. And Mr. M. Jackson had him a fumble recovery along with Mr. Homer. All right, here we go. This is just a disclaimer. I'm telling you right now, from here on out, it don't get better. So here we go. So Miami is 25-10-1 all time against Pittsburgh. Miami is number 2, 10-0, 7-0 in conference. They've already clinched the Coastal Division. They're scheduled to play Clemson in the championship game. Now, in order for them to make to the BCS playoff, the 4-game playoff, they basically got to win out. Okay. And first, you got to take care of business against, that's right, 4-7, 2-5.
I'll make a disclaimer.
Yes.
I must make. I've been so quiet, but I must make a disclaimer on here. This is where I say this is where the conspiracy begins, because if we win this game 11-0, even if we lose to Clemson, they have to still let us in. And they didn't want that scenario. So the powers that be chirped in whoever ear, and this is the result you get. So that's my disclaimer.
Well, and again, and I'm not trying to discredit that. Or I mean, you're very well right. They don't want to have 2 ACC schools in there, you know. But this is where, when we get to what we're about to get to, that's why I'm saying all the stuff that I was bringing up, you know, the way they were playing against UNC and Virginia, and the way they started out against, you know, Syracuse and Georgia Tech and Duke and all that led up to what I think is going on now. But Pittsburgh did have this freshman quarterback named Kenny Pickett, you know, and honestly, it could also be, I mean, it could have been just the perfect storm. Okay. All the above could be happening. Okay. But again, they may have just figured they were going to come out and be, you know, do how Miami does. You know, we're Miami. We're going to win this game because we're Miami. Okay. And Pittsburgh came out to play. I mean, because you know how Miami history is. They play to their competition, whether it's high or low. And I don't think anybody took this game serious. I mean, it wasn't even close. I mean, yeah, if they ended up losing 24-14, but it was really never that close. I mean, Pittsburgh got it up to 24-7 at a little under 3 minutes left in the game. But then, Miami got the score, but it was bad. It was, in my opinion, this was probably one of the worst losses in Miami history. I mean, to me, this game ranks up there with that Syracuse 63 to whatever ass whooping. Just because of the fact that they had the opportunity right there. They had it. And for whatever reason, it didn't happen. Because, man, I ain't going to lie. I was starting to get kind of excited, but I still had this reservation about, I don't know. But anyway, let's get through the season here. Let's get through this season. All right, so Miami only had 14 first downs. They only had 45 yards rushing. Pittsburgh had 152. Miami only had 187 yards passing on 15 of 36. Excuse me. Pittsburgh had 193 on 18 of 29. Now, this 232 yards of offense, that was, believe it or not, that's the season worst. I don't even know why I wrote that down, but yeah, that was. But then again, Pittsburgh only had 345 yards. Hell, Pittsburgh even had 2 fumbles. All right. Again, Miami didn't have the ball. They kept going 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 5 and out, whatever. You know, they were 4 of 15 on third down. I mean, Pittsburgh was 8-17, but Miami was 4-15. You know, but Pittsburgh also had 4 sacks on Miami. Miami only had 1. Rozier was the leading rusher with 31 yards on 12 attempts. You know, Homer wasn't even a factor. You know, again, like I said, 3 sacks. Hell, they even put Sheriffs in there. You know,
how did Homer and Dallas only get 10 carries combined?
Exactly. I mean, it's like, you know, they just 3 and out, 2, 4 and out, 5 and out. They didn't have any real sustained drives. I mean, like I said,
there's no way your quarterback should have more carries than both running backs.
Thank you. I mean,
more
Miami
carries
had
than all your running backs.
Right. They had 59 total offensive plays for Miami. Pittsburgh had
Wait a
74.
minute. He had more carries than all the running backs combined.
Yeah.
Tell me that ain't no damn setup. No way in the hell. I don't give a damn how much you not take the game serious. The coaches didn't take it serious.
That's right. Game day, game
Cold
planning.
in Pittsburgh and you ain't running the ball. Stop. Just stop it.
Again, that's why I think,
And
I said this, and I'm just going to say, I've been saying this, and I really believe it's just the game day game planning. I still put it on the coaches. And even to this day, it's the same thing. It's game day game planning by the coaches. In other words, their game plan for this game didn't work. Again, and what I say is, I mean, we'll go through the stuff, but like you said, Homer had 7 carries, DJ had 3 carries. I mean, Rozier had 34 pass attempts.
Okay,
you know,
that's the point I'm making. Yeah, that was a deliberate throw to game because he didn't throw the ball that many times none that year. Look like I froze.
Crazy. No, you okay?
He ain't throw the ball that many times all year.
Exactly.
Come on, y'all. Y'all got to see this. Do the pudding. Prove it's in the pudding.
I won't argue.
Yeah, the game plan worked. The game plan worked.
Well, yeah,
it worked.
Yeah,
all right.
I know what you said.
The
Yeah,
game plan was to lose.
Apparently so. I mean, Barrios was the leading receiver with 4 receptions for only 61 yards. Him and Richards had a touchdown each. I mean, even Pickett, I mean, I know he had the 60 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns, but I mean, he was only 18 of 29 for 193. I mean, they had 1 receiver for 80 yards on 6 receptions. So, I mean, it's not like, okay, here you go. Red Wine, safety. He had the most tackles, 12 tackles. Again, another defensive back is your leading tackler. Okay. McLeod and Harris combined. No, I'm sorry. Quarterman and Harris combined for a sack. And they only have 5 tackles for loss. Johnson and Pickney had a fumble each. I mean, at least the turnover chain came out, which it shouldn't have. Oh, why my nose is itching. Yeah, Pittsburgh had a sack. Maddox had 2. Weaver 1. Hendricks had 1. They had 6 tackles for loss. Hendricks had the fumble recovery. All right. You know what? Let's look at it. All right. So we're going to look at this. Let's look at this. All right, first quarter. All right. So Miami gets the Pittsburgh gets the ball. They basically go 6 plays and out. Miami gets the ball on their own 6-yard line. All right, because they had a surprise, a holding penalty on Miami special teams. 6 plays, 4 yards, you're out. Pittsburgh gets the ball on Miami's 45, go right down the field, get a field goal. 5 plays, 17 yards, and a minute 44, they're up 3-0. Miami gets the ball back, 6 minutes, 45 seconds. 5 plays, 19 yards. 3 minutes. Okay. Pittsburgh gets the ball. They get it down to the end of the first quarter. It's 3-0 Pittsburgh. All right, so they're on the 37-yard line of Miami, 1st and 10. There it is. You inside now.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi worked better than him.
Plus, your lighting's a little better. I can see you. All right, so it looks like they have fumbled. Pickney recovered the ball. All right, so Miami gets the ball back at midfield, basically. 3 plays and out. 59 seconds, 3 plays and out. Pittsburgh gets the ball. They punt the ball. Okay, Miami gets the ball back with under 11 minutes left. Hey, we go right down the field. That's where Richards gets that 23-yard touchdown pass for a touchdown. Okay, so Miami's up 7-3. All right, okay. Well, they kicked the ball off. Pittsburgh on their first play, you had a pass complete, and then it was fumbled and recovered by Miami. All right, Miami gets the ball back at midfield. All right. Calm down. 3 plays, 7 yards, and you punt the ball. Okay. Again, that's why I was bringing up these other games. I mean, this is sound like a rinse and repeat right here, which it's crazy. So we're in the second quarter. We got under 5 minutes to go. Pittsburgh goes right down the field, and they score a touchdown. All right. We got 35 seconds left in the first half. Pittsburgh's up 10-7. All right. So surprise, another holding penalty on the special teams. Special teams on the return. Crazy. All right. So that takes us to halftime. Miami's down 10-7 to Pittsburgh. All right. So Miami, stop that. Miami gets the ball to start the third quarter. 3 plays, 3 yards. They punt the ball. Pittsburgh, 3 plays, 3 yards. They punt the ball. But hey, next possession, Miami goes 6 plays for 16 yards. Punt the ball. Okay, Pittsburgh, 3 plays and they're out. Okay, defense, go ahead. But here comes the offense. 3 plays for 2 yards. Punt the ball. And then here comes Pittsburgh. They start at their own 35. Go right down the field for a touchdown in 9 plays. 17-7 Pittsburgh. All right, so they kick it off. Up. Surprise, surprise. Holding penalty on the return team for Miami. That's not making matters any better. All right, so Miami starts at their own 10. They get it down to the 35. We go to the fourth quarter. It's 3rd and 10, fourth quarter. It's about to start. Up. Punt. 7 plays, 30 yards, and they punt. Next set of downs. Pittsburgh, 3 plays, -1. They punt. Okay. All right. I mean, the defense is trying to give them opportunities here. Then Miami comes out, 5 plays, 14 yards, punt the ball. Defense comes out, stops Pittsburgh again. 3 and out. Miami gets the ball back with just under 10 minutes left in the third. This is where Sharifs comes in. Why? I don't know. But he did. Incomplete pass, sacked. Punt the ball. 9 minutes left. Pittsburgh gets the ball, go right down the field and score a touchdown. It's now 24-7. Now, on the ensuing kickoff, they kick it to the 3. Mr. Jeff Thomas returns it for 31 yards to the 34. All right, cool. Excellent. We got just under 3 minutes left to play. See what happens. They go down the field. They have an incomplete pass interference on Pittsburgh. That takes it first down on the 50-yard line. Look at this. Completed pass to Barrios for 12 yards. First down at the 39. Bam. 3 plays. They go down the field, score a touchdown. 3 plays in 41 seconds. Well, actually 2 plays because that first play didn't count because of pass interference. But still, you went 50 yards or 66 yards in 2 plays in 41 seconds and scored a touchdown. Miami's down 24-14. You got just about 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. What? Onside kick? They recover it. Didn't pull a Georgia Tech. They recovered it this time. What happens? Pass complete to Irvin II for 7 yards. Incomplete pass. Sack for 6-yard loss. Fumbled by Rozier. Pittsburgh recovers. Ball game.
That sounds like Rozier a part of that scheme.
I don't know. I don't know what. But everything that I just said with all these drives, 3 and outs, 4 and outs, it was like that the whole year. But this time, like I said earlier, it came back to bite him in the ass. It did. And again, I don't know if somebody was placing bets on these games. I don't understand how.
No, it's not about the bets. It's not about the bets. It's the NCAA having us on invisible sanctions, and they're not allowing us to get in them playoffs to make money or publicity or whatever. And I think Miami is going to be down until this NCAA gets defeated, hopefully, in these lawsuits.
Oh, they going to. They already paying all this money out.
Well, I heard that the NCAA has went to Congress and asking for I forgot what they call it, where they can't be sued no more in the courts, and they're going to get 22% to the players and blah blah blah. But they want the power back to be able to make rules and be the rulers again. We need to voice our opinion. We do not want the NCAA anymore. I hope they did ban it.
It's getting to the point to where say football. We'll say football since that's what we're talking about. It's getting to a point to where the football will be a separate entity. It may be sponsored by the University of Miami. But it won't be a part of the institution. Does that make sense? In other words, to where the NCAA is not going to have control. Basically what's going to happen, you're probably going to come up with a whole new minor league system, like a G League or something. Because I'm telling you, the NCAA, I don't know. But
listen,
college football is a trip.
I don't know why these colleges agreed to allow the NCAA to govern them. Because each one of these schools are individual.
Right.
So they don't.
It's money.
Yeah, I mean, they can govern themselves. It can still be a
Right.
college game. It don't have to be a G League.
Right. But again, the NCAA, like you said, they want the control. They want the money, you know, because the NCAA basically is like, it's kind of like, you know, the gangster, the mafia on the street. You got to pay them for protection. I think the NCAA.
That's what the court said. The court called them that. That's why they settled. The judge called them a mafia.
Because if you, let's say SEC, let's pick on the SEC. The NCAA says, SEC, if you want these TV deals, you want your own channel, you want all this money, well, you got to give us something. If you want all that, you're going to have to pay us, you know? And I don't know. I mean, I wish I knew, but I don't. But something, it's crazy, dude. You know, and but I tell you what, though, the thing that kills me, and this is why I wanted to really get to this 2017 season, is because personally, you have all these true Miami fans. Okay. This is as far back as they go. And according to them, this 2017 team was like one of the greatest of all time. And unfortunately, they weren't. Okay. Again, if you don't believe me, go back and go through all the stuff. You know, and it was just, I mean, honestly, truth be told, so Miami finished what, 10-1, right? 10-1. They could have easily have gone 6-5 that season. They could have easily lost to Florida State. They could have lost to Georgia Tech. They could have lost to Syracuse. They could have lost to North Carolina. You know, Virginia, I'm going to go ahead and just give them a win on that. But yeah, they could have went 6-5 that season very, very easily. But, you know, the Florida State game, of course, the Langham catch on the touchdown. Georgia Tech, Langham with the fourth down catch for a first down. Syracuse, they just got lucky, come back on them. UNC, again, the ball bounced their way. You know, and in Virginia, if Virginia had not gone, if Virginia did not go those fourth down, if they hadn't have blown the fourth down conversions, and I'm talking some of these fourth downs were like 4th and 3. Okay, if they would have made them, would have been a different story. Now, again, a lot of folks are like, oh, well, you should just be happy for the win. Yeah, but the first part of the season is what helped get us to where we are now. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and let's just get this bullshit over with. I really don't want to get to this right here, but we got to. We have to stay true. Got to stay true to the show. All right, let's see. Why ain't you doing what I want you to do? Okay. So with that, Miami finishes 10-1. They have a date with Clemson. Number 1, Clemson. All right. Miami's 10-1, 7-1 in conference. Clemson's 11-1, 7-1 in conference. And yeah, Miami loses 38-3. And I'm going to tell you right now, it was it was kind of like a scrimmage game for Clemson. I mean, they came out and just never looked back. I mean, Miami didn't score a field goal until 3.5 minutes left in the game. As far as rushing, yeah, Miami had 104 yards rushing, but, you know, Clemson was 25 of 34 for 254 passing. Miami was 14 of 29 for 110 passing, 2 interceptions. They lost a fumble. Clemson lost a fumble. Let's see. I thought I had, yeah. Miami was 3 of 16 on third downs. 3 of 16. Clemson was 9 of 18. Luckily, Dallas and Homer got some running plays, got some rushing yards. I mean, Dallas was getting 7.3 carry, but he only ran the ball 6 times. Again, Rozier, 14 of 29, 2 interceptions. He was sacked 4 times. His longest pass play was 21 yards. Barrios had 51 yards receiving on 7 receptions. I mean, only 5 people touched the ball. And, you know, and really, honestly, though, Clemson didn't really have any gaudy numbers, but they kept Miami from scoring, you know. As far as sacks, Thomas, Jackson, and Carter had a sack. Miami did have 10 tackles for loss. Harris had a fumble recovery, which they brought the damn chain out for, and you're getting your ass whooped 38-0, and you're still pulling the chain out. Oops. Got ahead of myself. Spoiler alert. Of course, Clemson had the 4 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. They had a fumble recovery and 2 interceptions. So, you know, and Miami was only 6-4 all time against Clemson, but I had a feeling this was going to happen. As much success as this team had record-wise, they weren't as good. Because, I mean, who they really play? You know, yeah, they beat Virginia Tech. They were ranked 13th. They beat a severely overranked, overhyped Notre Dame team. You know, they came back to win against a pretty decent Florida State team. But when you go up against your Pittsburgh, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Syracuse, you know, I don't know. It's crazy. All right. So with that being said, Miami goes 10-2. Oh, and they came in number 7, so they ain't got to worry about no playoff. So with that being said, Miami is going to play Wisconsin in the Orange Bowl. Okay, home game. Cool. You know, Wisconsin comes in number 6, 12-1. I believe they finished second in the Big Ten to Ohio State, I think. But Miami comes in 10-2, number 11. I mean, hell, Miami's playing at home. It's going to be warm. You know, and Miami is 2-2 all time against Wisconsin. Yep. Miami loses 34-24. Now they were up 14-3, still 14-10 in the second, but Wisconsin just came back. Miami tried to get close in the third quarter, but Wisconsin it's almost like the team just deflated. It's their first loss at Hard Rock for the year. All right, team stats. Miami was 2 of 10. 2 of 10 on third downs. 2 of 10. Wisconsin was 7 of 15. As far as yards go, as you can see, basically Wisconsin and Miami were kind of pretty close. Passing was pretty close, except for the fact that Miami was 11 of 26 and Wisconsin was 23 of 34, but they still averaged 7.6, 7.8 yards a catch. But 7 interceptions thrown by Rozier. Rushing yards. Miami had 170. What's that?
How many interceptions?
3.
Oh, I thought I heard you say 7.
No, he had 3.
Oh.
3. I was talking about that. They were both about 7.6, 7.8 per pass, but Rozier threw the 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
Now, rushing, Miami had 174 yards rushing. 142 for Wisconsin. Miami was averaging 6 yards a rush. But now Wisconsin did fumble the ball, but Miami threw 3 interceptions. Now, of course, if y'all remember, it was an SEC refereeing crew, and right before halftime, Mark Richt was pissed because they kept missing holding calls. I mean, I'm talking dude's arm is around the defensive guy's chest. Referee looking right at it. But again, when you throw 3 interceptions, it's really kind of hard. But again, so Miami, we didn't talk much about time of possession, but Miami only had 20 minutes with the ball to 39. It was almost a 2-to-1 time of possession for Wisconsin. Hornibrook, he had the 4 touchdowns, 258 yards. Like I said, Malik was 11 of 26, 203, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. Rushing, DJ had 69, Homer 64, Malik had 41. DJ and Travis both had a touchdown. Jonathan Taylor, 130 yards rushing, and that was basically their rushing game right there. As far as receiving goes, Cager had the lone touchdown, but 6 different guys did touch the ball. But, Thomas had 1 catch for 48 yards. Barrios only 3 for 45. Of course, 3 interceptions doesn't help matters any. And for Wisconsin, Taylor had 8 receptions for 105 yards. And then other guys had some cleanup stuff there. Again, there are the interceptions. They had their 3. Some of the defensive stats here. Wisconsin had 1, 2, 3 sacks. There's your 3 interceptions we just saw. And again, sound like a damn broken record. Johnson was the leading tackler. Defensive back, Jaquan Johnson was the leading tackler with 11 tackles. Owens had half a sack with Redwine. Shaquille had a sack. Pickney had a sack. Thomas had 2 sacks. McLeod had 1 sack. Or that's tackles for loss, excuse me. Chad had a sack, and that was the only sack they had. So, yeah. Now, Delaney had a fumble recovery. So, yeah, you get rid of those 3 interceptions, you give yourself a chance. And I hate to say it, but at this point in time, I remember thinking, this Rozier ain't got it. He should have played baseball. Because, again, we were coming off of Kaya, and we were all used to Kaya doing what he did with the receiving room he had. But I believe so far, I really think this Diaz defense, you know, that he puts a lot of pressure, does a lot of blitzes and stuff, and that could be one reason why the other teams can run so well. And then plus, if you don't get pressure on the quarterback, the defensive backs weren't that good anyway, and you may have to be in coverage a little bit longer. But not blaming it all on defense, but when your offense is doing what Miami's offense did, what do you do?
Yeah, because I haven't no terrible running games. You know, I mean, nobody ripped us. I mean, John Taylor was a great back. You know what I mean? He got his little 108 feet to him.
Yeah.
But it wasn't ridiculous.
No. I mean, but again, between the turnovers, the costly turnovers, and the lack of consistent offensive production, you know, I'm not saying you know, the offense needs to go down the field and score every play, but at least go 30 or 40 yards, go about 20 yards every so often, get a 3 and out, but come back and, you know, especially when you play against these other teams with losing records, a 1-7 North Carolina, third string quarterback, you know, I'm just saying, you know, and let's just move. You know what the sad thing is, studio?
Mm-hmm.
This is the best it's been since 2004, and it ain't been that good since. Ain't that sad? Even to today, you know? All right, so looking at the final standings in the ACC. Of course, Clemson lost in the championship game. They end up 12-2. Miami goes 10-3. But I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, look at these records. NC State was 6-4. You know, look at the Coastal. All right. Why is Duke at 7? Oh, that's the standing. That's their overall record. But I mean, it's not like the records are that impressive. You know, it's crazy. All right, so we're going to look at some yearly stats real quick. All right, so some positives. Miami outscored their opponents. Even per game, they even outscored their opponents by 8 points. Miami did get 72 points off of turnovers to the opponent's 39. Rushing attempts, they had 414 attempts, but the opposition had 541. But Miami was averaging 5 yards a carry. The opponent was only averaging 3.5 per game, about 161, and the opponent was averaging 145, 146. Now remember, they had 19 rushing touchdowns. The opponent had 10. Now remember, early in the season and progressing through, you had some good, because you remember Walton went down near the end of the Florida State game. So Walton only played like 3 3/4 games, you know. All right, so passing, 14 interceptions. We ain't seen that many in a long time. 17 for the opponent, or Miami had 17. Defense had 17 interceptions. I mean, you're getting almost 7.5 yards a pass. Average per catch was 13.9 to 11 for the opponent. Average passing yards per game, 242.5 yards. And then 26 passing touchdowns on the year. To 19 for the opponent. Now, total offense. interesting numbers here. Total offense per play, Miami was outdoing the opponent 6.2 to 4.8. And total yards average per game, Miami was outdoing the opponent 403 to 363. So they were getting on average more offensive yardage, but you get it all in these other games and not when it counts. Fumbles, Miami had 10 fumbles, but only lost 4 of them. That's not bad. I mean, yeah, you had 10 fumbles, but you only lost 4. But again, when you have 14 interceptions, okay, but the defense recovered 14 fumbles plus the 17 interceptions. That's 31 turnovers. So, I mean, the defense was trying to give the offense a chance, but the offense just couldn't get it going. Offense didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Okay, third down converting. Miami came in with a 29% third down conversion rate. 29%. The defense was giving up 40%. The opposition was converting 40% of the time. Can't be very successful doing that. Now, Miami did have 44 sacks on defense, but the offense was giving up about 29. Now, this part here is pretty interesting. The red zone. I know this is something we haven't really talked much about, but knock everything over. So, red zone scores. When Miami was in this red zone, they scored 91% of the time. All right. 58% of the time, or 25 out of 43 was touchdowns. So, again, that's, of the 39 scores, 25 were touchdowns and 14 were field goals. But, hey, at least when they got in the red zone, they did score. The opposition, the defense, gave up 37 scores out of 42 attempts, 88%, in which 55 or 23 out of the 42 were touchdowns, which is pretty interesting because Miami went to the red zone one time more, went in there 43 times, the opposition 42. And with 39 scores to the opposition 37. So basically the offense was in the red zone as much as the opponent was. So take that for what it's worth. Now, something else that was interesting, not that, is Miami outscored their opponent every quarter, except for when it counted. Just some interesting numbers. All right, so looking at our final individual stats. And also one last thing about the season. Other than that Clemson game, because let's face it, Clemson was a well-oiled machine back then. If you look at the Pittsburgh game, they lost by 10. If you look at the Wisconsin game, they lost by 10. I'm not looking for moral victories, but that Pittsburgh and Wisconsin could have been a lot worse. Clemson could have been a lot worse, but I'm just saying it, and again, on the flip side, all those wins could have been worse, but they could have been a lot better too. Just say it. So Homer finishes the season with 966 yards rushing, just about 34 shy. 34 yards shy of being a 1,000-yard rusher. Now, Walton finished with 428, and he only played, like I said, just about 4 games. He went out during the end of the Florida State game. Am I saying this team would have been more successful with Walton?
No, they would have just ran DJ Dallas more and Homer a little more and took a little bit of them passes attempts out of Rozier's hand. Would have been a lot better off.
But I think you could have had a 3-headed monster with Walton, Homer, and DJ. But again, let's face it, Homer did a fantastic job. I mean, he came in basically once Walton got hurt. Okay, and he did really well. But to your point, Studio, to your point, yeah, I mean, hell, look, Rozier had more rushing yards than Mark Walton did. I mean, he had Malik Rozier had 131 attempts to run. You know, but I mean, I'm not saying would have, could have, should have, but I mean, Homer was a sophomore this season, I believe. But you know, with all the stuff that went on, I mean, I know we're looking at the last 3 games, but Homer still did well. But again, as well as the running game had been, why did you abandon it so quickly? You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. And seeing with the way Rozier was going and Sharif's was going, now granted, Rozier and them, that was golden players, okay, because Nkosi was a Mark Richt player. And I believe next season we start getting into that Malik Nkosi situation. But I digress right now. Okay, so passing, like I said, it was basically Malik all the way. He had a 54% completion percentage. I mean, he did have 3,100 yards passing, but he had 14 interceptions. He did have 26 touchdowns, but he had 14 interceptions. Berrios had 55 receptions for 679 yards, 9 touchdowns. Jeff Thomas, freshman Jeff Thomas, he did have the 78-yard. He had the longest reception for the season. He had 17. Herndon had 477 yards. Richards ended up with 439. And then it is kind of, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there. Where am I at? As far as, let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger for everybody. There we go. All right. As far as interceptions, Michael Jackson and Jaquan Johnson had 4. Of course, Mr. Johnson had 1. He had a 57 yards. He did have a touchdown interception return along with Bandy, of course. We all know about Bandy. But Redwine and Young had 2. Perry, Pickney, Jackson, and Delaney all had 1. Now, this is interesting also. There were no punt returns for a touchdown by a Miami player. Primarily, it was Braxton Berrios. And, of course, if you remember like I do, all he did was they made him fair catch it. He really didn't try to run it. As far as kickoff returns, still no touchdowns on the returns. Now, the opponent had a touchdown return, but that was that onside kick against Georgia Tech, which was the dumbest play in the world. But, yeah, No punt returns for touchdowns for Miami and no kickoff returns for Miami for a touchdown. Crazy. Boom, boom, boom. Now, Homer did have 1,200 all-purpose yards. Thomas had 1,000, in which most of Thomas came off of kick return and some from receiving. Let's see here. What's next? Defense. Defensive stats. There we go. So again, defensive back, Jaquan Johnson, 96 total tackles. That was the team lead. Kind of like to see a defensive lineman or a linebacker have that title, not a defensive back. But that's just my opinion. Oh, let's see here. McIntosh and Chad Thomas were tied on the tackles for loss at 12.5 each. Trent Harris was a leading sack getter at 8.5. And of course, we talked about the interceptions. As far as the fumbles go, Garvin had 2 fumble recoveries and Jaquan had 2 fumble recoveries and a bunch of guys with only 1. All right, now, this is the interesting portion of the program. This is where I take the defensive numbers and compare them to previous years. So, with that being said, 2017, all right, Miami goes 10-3. Per game, the defense gave up 217 yards passing, about a touchdown and a half a game, and the opposing quarterback was 57% completion. Now, and this is under the Diaz defense. So that's a 2-year average of, say, 215 a game. We'll go ahead and give him a touchdown a game and an opposing quarterback at 58% completion. That's right. And again, I know D'Onofrio had 5 years. Diaz has only had 2. But that's worse than what D'Onofrio had. All right. The completion percentage, just a little bit less. So as far as passing goes, I don't really see much difference between D'Onofrio and Diaz. Again, in all fairness, D'Onofrio had 5 years. Diaz has only had 2. But I'm just going by the numbers. All right, now rushing. This is where a big difference. You see a big difference. Rushing, they had 147 average a game, about a touchdown a game, and they averaged defense allowed 3.5 yards a game average per carry. Which altogether in 2 years on the Diaz, that's an average of 140 a game, about a touchdown a game, and about 3.5 per carry, which is pretty darn good. Only Shannon did better in those 3 years of 04, 05, and 06. So the rushing, believe it or not, wasn't really that bad. Now, this is average per game. Average per game. Oh. So the passing defense could use a little bit of help. But the rushing defense, if you look by the numbers, but still, when you're giving up 140 yards a game, that's still not good. But it's better than what happened during Shannon's head coaching career with Walton, Young, and Lovett. And it's a hell of a lot better than what D'Onofrio did. I wish they could get back to the Shannon defense where, you had these numbers here. You say what you want, but Shannon knew how to do a defense. And the numbers prove it compared, because this is everything we've covered so far. I'm just saying. And of course, compared to now, which again, Diaz had 2 years, but you had Steele and Guidry. So I'm just giving a comparison with the numbers. The pass defense is a lot worse the last 2 years per game, but the run defense, the total yards per game has been better the last 2 years than it was for 2016 and 2017 combined. But the yards per carry is just a little bit more. Touchdowns, just a little bit more. But anyway, the run defense as a whole, these last 2 years, 22 and 23, are a lot better than what Diaz had. This is not a bash Diaz. I'm just going by the numbers. Don't say I'm being negative, but you can go on sportsreference.com and find everything right there and use your calculator. And I believe that has brought us to the end of the 2017 season. Now, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull this up here. Give me just 1 second to look at something here. Hang on. So 2018. 2018 is going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. In that, we will be coming to the end. 2018 will be the last year of the Mark Richt regime for Miami. And also that 2016 when Miami won that that Athletic Bowl against West Virginia, that was the last time Miami's won a bowl game, by the way. Just letting you know. So yeah, basically, I hate to say it, y'all, but this 2017 season, as dysfunctional and crazy as it was still the best thing since 2003. That was the first time Miami had won double-digit games since 2003 when they went 11-2. All right. And it's the last time since now. It's the only time from now, from 04 when we started this rise of the fall till now, Miami has only had one 10-plus win season. And we just talked about it. And it really wasn't that impressive if you ask me. But it was a 10-win season. And the sad thing is, studio, when I was sitting there, because, like I said, I always thought, yeah, we're 10-3 ain't bad. 10-3 ain't bad until I went back the last few days. And I guess I was in denial because I knew it was bad or it wasn't as good as people were making it out to be. But when I went back and looked at all those games, those play-by-plays and drive summaries and this and that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it was worse than I thought, but, it was what it was, and oh, crap. You know what we didn't do? We did not play everybody's favorite game.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh.
I forgot about upgrade, downgrade. Crap, I got to pull the file up. Hang on just a second. So, yeah, I got so depressed about this season, I completely forgot about upgrade, downgrade. That's a damn shame. See, that's why I need Cuban to help me out, because he tries to keep everything in even keel. So, let's see. Let me pull this up. Let's go down. Come on. All right. So I'm gonna add it to the stage. Let me get this situated, so that way we can all look at it. Okay, let me make that a little bigger. A little bit more there. All right. So I could tell you right now, quarterback 2017 is a downgrade.
Downgrade. Me too.
Yes. Yeah, only because really all you had at the time was Malik. And as much as he tried, this year's quarterback room a lot better. All right, running back. Now this can be interesting.
To me, Mark Walton didn't do much for me. I like Travis Homer, but based on the season, either the coaches weren't willing to run these guys or they didn't trust them.
Now remember, Walton went out with the season-ending ankle injury, broken ankle or whatever, during the Florida State game. So he missed okay. So honestly, dude, I would love, because Fletcher reminds me so much of Walton. That's just my opinion. But again, Homer was only a sophomore. Now, I didn't realize Walton was only 5'9" and Homer was just under 6 feet. But and of course, the funny thing is, Fletcher, he has a foot injury. But and of course, I don't know what this Martinez guy is going to do. I don't know, but I have to take the season for the season and not what could have been or what was. So I'm going to have to say the running back room was a downgrade, just for the simple fact Walton got hurt after 4 games. And Homer was still a sophomore.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'll take the Damian guy before all of them running down. I haven't seen them running down for Miami yet.
Now remember though, we got a lot of young guys, but still, just looking at that,
I'll take Damian before Mark Walton. I'm just telling you.
Ooh, but the only thing is, Martinez ain't done nothing for Miami yet.
I don't care. I'm just basing on my own eye of judgment of talent.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's just me personally. I'm a Hurricane fan now.
I know.
But Mark Walton's one of my, I ain't gonna say my least favorite. Because but he's one of my, other than this year, like Henry Parrish, I told y'all if Henry Parrish I started running back, we in trouble. I really believe that because I felt he's average, and I got chewed up for that, saying that.
And I would have to agree with you, just because I never really saw anything that he did that was Duke Johnson-esque. But anyway, that's for a whole different. We're going to get to that eventually. But so yeah, like I said, we both say that 2017 was a downgrade on running back.
Yep.
Now, this is going to be interesting. Receivers. Was there any more down here? No. All right, so you got Amon Richards, Cager, Langham, Harris, Barrios, Jeff Thomas, DJ Dallas, Mike Harley, Deontay Mullins.
Ooh, now we're talking. I thought the first four were just the category.
Well, no, that's they have the X, Y, and Z receiver. So, I mean, it's basically
quite a bit. So basically, we comparing Amon Richardson, Braxton Berrios, Mike Harley, and Jeff Thomas, huh? I don't know. That's pretty hard there now. Ooh, who we got now? Let me see. We got Jacoby George, X and Braxton like was washed to me, even though I think X a little bit better than Braxton.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Just from the break tackle ability, the toughness to me. Braxton was a nice outrunner, Don't get me wrong, good catcher. But I just think X just a little bit better on the it factor to me.
That comparison would be one hell of a talk show. Who was better, Braxton or Xavier? Now again, Xavier still got another year, but that would be an excellent comparison because they were so similar. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Braxton was a slot receiver. Now the crazy thing is, this 2017 was Braxton's last year. He was a senior.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think Barrios and Restrepo cancel each other out.
It's hard, man. I'm wondering if our receivers are bad because of quarterback play.
And I've been sitting here thinking that myself because this was basically the same receiving crew from 2016 with Kaya, except for Njoku and a couple other. But still, it was basically, you could take Jeff Thomas and Mike Harley out the equation and DJ Dallas. But, you still had Barrios.
If you do that, then I say downgrade. Because Jeff Thomas, DJ Dallas, and Mike Harley is what was going to push me over the edge as far as saying it's up. I'm just saying. You were talking about quarterback play. I'm just saying, basically, in 2016, you had the same group except for those guys with Kaya. Oh, okay, I get you. I get what you said. But with 2017, you have those guys, but you had Malik, and he threw 14 interceptions, and I think Kaya only threw like 7 in 2016. But that's neither here nor there. And I don't mean to be rude, but Kaya was a more accurate passer than Razier. Razier just was able to move. He was a little bit more mobile, but then again, they were two different styles of quarterbacks. But when I look at these receivers, though, Daryl Langham was too fat in the mid. Even though he had that little game-winning catch for us, he really ain't doing much for us. He needed to lose some weight. Dale Harris ain't do much for us. No. Deontay Mullins ain't do much for us. I mean, Cager ain't really do much for us. He went to Georgia last year. Right. I had to say the receiver. I would take our receiver now, so I would say 2017 a downgrade. It was close. Well, it wasn't a landslide, but I'm gonna take it downgrade.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe 2017 may have been Amon's last year because of that injury. But that neck injury he had, I'm not sure. But I cannot bet against, because even Jeff Thomas had some good catches. DJ Dallas had some good catches. Mike Harley had. I have to say 2017 is just an upgrade. Only because of the fact that I'm not sure of what we have now other than Restrepo and George. You see where I'm getting at? And I just think
Well, I understand what you're saying, but that boy, even that transfer receiver, his numbers just outshines all of Daryl Langham, Dale Hare, him other.
And again, and I'm not, and that very well may be so, but I want to see what they do against the type of like ACC play. You know, maybe they are, maybe they're not, but I don't know. And all I know is from what I've seen, I mean, truth be told, it could be a push if you want to.
Yeah, it could. But
Jeff Thomas was doing really well as a freshman. They didn't utilize him enough. DJ Dallas, they didn't use him enough.
And he was a running back, so I don't even consider him a receiver.
Well, I mean, he was a quarterback. He was kind of an athlete. He did, you know, he was a quarterback at one time, not for Miami, but he was a quarterback. But I mean, he's 5'10". You know, they used him as a running back. They used him as a receiver every now and then. So he was kind of a hybrid, but
he was the best running back on the team. I just think they didn't understand the talent DJ Dallas. He was different. He was. Just looked at him. Just watched him run the ball, boy. I was like, man, why we don't feature him as the feature back? We stupid.
Right. Exactly. And truth be told, as far as Cager goes, I don't know if they just didn't utilize him enough or what, but it seemed like they kind of didn't throw to Richardson, Cager, and them that much compared to your Barrios and Thomas, etc. And then you have your tight end, which we know that's an upgrade in 2017. We know that. I mean, even Herndon was getting some throws. So, I mean, I don't know. But as far as my answer on receivers, I got to go with 2017 as an upgrade just for the simple fact that I don't know what we have in these transfers. That's all. That's the only reason why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Now, tight end. Oh, yeah, I'll take, even with Michael Irvin II, I'll take 2017. Oh, now, offensive line.
I'm taking 2024. Tyler Galtic, Corey Gainer didn't do nothing. Devon Downs said underachieved.
And I'm going to agree with you.
He could have been a lot better than he was. You know, we got some.
Okay, we got not Cuban Came on the line here.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
Yes. How you doing? What show is this?
This is
I came in. Where do we leave off? So I'm sorry. I just joined. Are we starting with quarterbacks or where are we at?
We're on offensive line right now.
So what was a quarterback? Sorry to backtrack here.
You all right, bro? You running from somebody? You out there exercising with coach or what? You and coach?
Yeah, I'm exercising. Yeah, I was exercising. This time of night, I was exercising. If you know what that means.
Oh, that's right. It's like 11 o'clock where you're at.
Studio, that's you know what time it is when you exercise at this time.
Okay. So that's why your name is Cuban Kame.
It's Kane, right? Oh.
It's a Kame.
Oh, sorry. Let me edit it. Oh, sorry. Nope.
So maybe you are exercising this type of night. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I fixed it.
All right. Okay. Okay. So here we go. All right. Quarterback for 2017.
We both said
downgrade. I'll say downgrade or what?
We both said downgrade.
Yeah, we said 2017 was a downgrade.
I agree.
Running back. Studio, you said downgrade for 2017.
We have what, Homer and who else? Homer and Walton.
Mark Walton, but Walton got his ankle busted in the Florida State game. So,
yep.
And he didn't. So basically, it was Homer as a sophomore, which he did pretty well. I mean, he had almost 1,000 yards rushing. Oh.
So the reason why I would have to go with 2017 is, let's use the same scenario. First of all, I don't know how good Martinez is, but if Martinez goes down, who's the backup running back?
Exactly.
So, yeah. So, I would take Homer as a backup running back over whatever we have now as a backup running back.
Oh, most definitely.
I can almost agree with you on that. But to me, I had to downgrade him because Mark Walton he was one of my least favorite backs in Miami history. One of them.
Because you're a hater, that's why.
No, I love all my Hurricane, but I'm just saying Mark Walton was just like, I'm just used to something a little more dynamic. I don't know. He had some nice runs. I ain't gonna lie, he had some dynamic run, but he was almost like Henry Parrish to me, basic.
All right, then that brings us to the receiving group, which was basically Amon Richards, Cager, a little bit of Langham, some Braxton Berrios, a little bit of Jeff Thomas and DJ, a little bit of Mike Harley from 2017.
Well, I said downgrade. It was a tough one.
Yeah, it was. I think we lost the not Cuban Kane dude. Uh-oh.
I'm here.
He had to do an extra rep.
I'm here. No. I'm on my cell phone, so I'm not on my usual setup. That's why.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's cool.
Me too. So it's a little weird. So Cuban Kane, I said downgrade. I think Southern liked it upgrade for this. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I like the upgrade because of the fact that the transfers, you don't know what you're getting. And, with Berrios and Restrepo can kind of cancel each other out, even though I like Berrios more. I just think with what Jeff Thomas and DJ and Harley and a little bit of Cager and Richards, I took 2017 as an upgrade.
Yeah, I would take 2017 as an upgrade as well.
Man, listen, I'm not taking no receiver group back in those days from then because they used to drop the ball so much. I remember they dropped.
No, you got the wrong year. That's the wrong year. That was Pope and Wiggins that dropped the balls.
No, we was having drops before Pope and Wiggins.
No, that was Pope and Wiggins.
No.
We're getting there, though.
Studio, you sound like one of those CCC guys.
No, but look at it, though. Cuban Kane, be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Daryl Langham, he was too fat. He had that one little catch that saved us in the FSU game. Dale Harris, he didn't do nothing. Jeff Thomas was a freshman. Okay, you basing it on potential that you already know. Mike Harley was a freshman. We didn't know what he was going to do. Deontay Mullins, come on, what did he do? Lawrence Carroll didn't do nothing but drop the ball. He figured it out in Georgia, apparently. Amon Richards and Braxton Berrios. I mean, nah.
Yeah, give me Amon Richards and Braxton Berrios over anything we got now. So you mean to tell me that Xavier
I take Jacoby George and X opposed to Amon Richards and Braxton Berrios.
Man, you need to put that stuff down, Studio.
Well, man, compare the numbers. Amon Richards had that one good freshman year.
He was hurt second year. He was hurt second year.
And that's all we know about it. What I do know about Amon Richards, he used to piss me off because he used to drop the damn ball.
When? Yes, when?
He had the most iffiest hand. I mean, he wasn't the worst catcher. I ain't gonna say that. But he used to piss me off because he used to drop little balls. You'd be like, come on, Amon Richards.
Man, you watching the wrong program or something? Because I don't remember.
Man,
I don't remember
Amon
Omar
Richard.
Richard dropping balls.
I wish we had that stat. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna have
You
that
can look it
number
up.
for you. I'm gonna have that number for you the next show.
What's a Friday? You can look it up, take a picture. I don't give a bleep.
All right, so we know the tight end's an upgrade from 2017. We don't need to spend too much time on that. Offensive line, that's where we were. This is where you joined us. So Mr. Studio said 2017's offensive line would be a downgrade. And I would probably I'm going to probably agree with that. I think the 2017 was just a little bit less, just based on the stuff that I seen during the game.
Who was the 2017 lines? Who was the line?
Okay, so you had left tackle was McDermott, left guard Darling, center was Gauthier, right guard was Navon Donaldson, freshman, and right tackle was St. Louis. St. Louis.
Look at the backups. Kylian Herbert, Hayden Mahoney, Corey Gaynor, Jahir Jones, and George Brown. Half of them you don't know what happened with them.
No.
Okay, name me the backups now. Hello?
Dude,
am I on? Microphone?
No, hold on.
Don't go to Kane Sports and all. No, I need you.
The only reason I know these backups because it's right here in front of me, bro.
Okay, but tell me the backups that we got now.
Okay. I would take the potential pancake Concho over all five of them. How about that?
That's one.
Markel Bell. What's that other dude that got in and spelled some of the time? I forgot his name. 6'7", whatever his name. I take all three of them. No, I'm talking Samson Ogunlo. That's one. Markel Bell is another one. And there's another one. I can't think of his name right now.
Exactly. Ding, 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 ding. There you go. You can't name
Man, listen, to be honest with you, the only name I will remember without looking at it on this line is Navon Donaldson and Casey McDermott.
Really? That's it?
I mean, I know Corey Gaynor because he was there so long, whatever. I remember him. He just left and he transferred to North Carolina. So that's fresh on the memory. But everybody else, I couldn't. If you would have said, hey, what was 2017 line? I wouldn't remember none of these dudes. Casey McDermott, I remember him. He made it to the NFL. Navon Dawes, I remember him because he was a big time, mean looking, and he underachieved. Ate too much hamburger. I don't know what it was, but he underachieved. He still did pretty good. He did okay. He wasn't a bust, but he didn't live up to his potential. He should have been a first round nasty draft pick, and it didn't turn out that way. Cuban King, we already know you biased. It came out in that last show we had with around the round table. Yeah, it came out. He biased.
What's my bias?
He got to be back against the wall to say it's the 2024 upgrade. He had no choice with the quarterback situation.
Yeah, I got no choice for the quarterback. I just don't believe this offensive line for nothing.
Hey, I seen it, boy. We had less sacks I ever seen, boy. I seen it in
one player got drafted. That's how great they are. Bro. One player got drafted.
Because there weren't too many offensive lines eligible. We got a very young line, which is great. But listen,
no, we had a tight end, offensive tight end blocking. That's why we had no tight ends at 80 catches.
You keep using that. I don't believe that.
Believe it all you want. Believe it all you
No,
want. Mario said, I'm going to protect my homeboy because my homeboy said the dumbest statement when he came here. Miami has the worst unit. I'm going to chop my arms and my limbs off. I'm waiting
he
for some
did.
limbs. So, yeah, he did
Yeah,
say that, right?
he did say that.
So,
Yes.
yeah, he did
Yes.
say that. So now I'm expecting some limbs. And also, Mario said, man, I don't want my homeboy to walk around, practice without no arms and legs because he can't show the players how to block and how to move. He doesn't have arms and legs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my friend from Oregon. He's a tight end, but he's really an offensive tackle. And we're going to put him on the line. And we're going to make him Restrepo block. And we're going to have running backs block. So that's what happened. Studio, you got nothing to say, Studio.
All right.
So
So you saying you'll take 2017 offensive line?
I'll take any line over this freaking line. Yes, 2017.
Whoa. So you think our line trash?
No, I think the coach is trash.
Hey man, we just went through this trash coach. We just went through him allowing Malik Rozier to have more rushes than all three running backs combined.
but wait a minute. Hold up. Malik was a golden player. Kind of like Jakari was a Manny player. I've been wanting to say that. But anyway, all right. So let's move over to the defense, shall we?
Yeah.
All right. Defensive end. Chad Thomas, Trent Harris, Joe Jackson, and Demetrius Jackson.
That's a upgrade. I take that line before we got all these transfers on them.
Dude, just with Joe Jackson, for me, for having Chad Thomas as a 6'6" senior and Joe Jackson as a sophomore, I would actually take those two over Bain and Mesidor or whoever the hell's going to be the other defensive.
I would too. And I'll take Demetrius Jackson and Trent Harris almost before.
Yeah, and again, nothing against Bain. Okay, nothing against Bain.
Yeah, Bain is different.
Yeah, as a group, as a whole, as a room, because we know Bain, and that's about it. So, as a group, I'm taking 2017 as an upgrade on defensive end.
Yeah, me too.
I agree.
All right. Now, defensive tackle. Okay, does anybody know who our defensive tackles are yet for 2024?
Studio Cristobal knows.
Because I want to make sure. I mean, I know Shad's got the roster.
I'll take Ken Norton though.
Ken Norton and RJ McIntosh are way better than anything we got now. I mean, that's no competition.
You still got Bethel and Moten sitting there too. So,
yeah.
I mean, the whole defensive line, tackle and end, I'd take 17 in a heartbeat as an upgrade. Now, linebackers.
Don't ask him. We know what Studio answer. We know my answer.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, I would take 2017. I love those three guys. I would take them in a heartbeat.
It was really two guys. Anytime. It was really two guys more than three guys.
Yeah, but I like to include McLeod just because. But between Pickney and Quarterman, oh yeah, any day.
We know who Studio's gonna get. Go ahead, Studio.
I don't know. It's kind of close to me. Jack to me, the only main one. Michael Pickney, he went to rain. He was too cute and wanted to be too pretty. He had potential, but he was, I don't know. He was all right. He wasn't trash or nothing. I ain't going to say that.
Now you have to remember, though, 2017, they were sophomores. Remember, they started as freshmen. Now they're sophomores.
They almost had a better year as freshmen. Remember that 3 years they started as freshmen, man? They looked so good, man. This next year, they was all right. They was starting to look like a sophomore. We had some sophomore slumps on this team this year. I remember the receiver guy. Even Mar Walton was a sophomore, got hurt or something. I think. What was Mar Walton?
Walton was a junior.
Oh, okay. Mar Richardson. Who else was a sophomore slump? Anyway. Mike Smith ain't do nothing to me. Shaquille, Zach, man. Right now, man.
Okay.
The only one that's for sure better than all this is Kiki Malgore. Everybody else is a question mark. So I'll go ahead and I'll take my 2017 linebacker. I ain't gonna do all more like that.
Well, I was just gonna say, because we know about Kiko, we know about Bassnectar. What else do we know?
I don't know about no Bassnectar. He ain't showed me.
We don't know about Bassnectar. We keep getting linebackers.
That's all I know. I don't know who else. I haven't got the roster yet, but of course nobody really has except for the CCC. But yeah, just with Pickney and Quarterman, bro. So, all right. Excuse me. All right, cornerbacks. You got D. Delaney, Bandy, Trajan Bandy played some as a freshman. Of course, everybody knows about his interception against Notre Dame. Javonte Dean, and then you have Michael Jackson and Malik Young on the other side.
I take our whole secondary from 2017, boy. This is what kept us 10-0 with them close games, because they had 17 picks. When you get 15 picks or more, it equates to 10 wins or more.
I mean, if you want to go a whole defensive back group, that's fine. That's cool.
Because I looked at a cornerback, I looked at safety. I'm just looking at it all.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
And this is the biggest question mark 2024 is our back secondary.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you. I would take the cornerbacks, and I'd take all the cornerbacks and all the safeties from 2017 as an upgrade over what we have now.
Michael Jackson, Malik Young, D. Delaney playing in the NFL. Trajan Bandy was a little slow. Let me tell you something about Trajan Bandy. You know what I knew he was slow? It was a play. I forgot which game it was. And they caught a pass, and he was tracing behind the man. And I seen Bubba Bolden come run the dude down, run by Trajan Bandy, and catch the dude. And I said, you know what? We need to put Bubba Bolden at left boundary cornerback. Boy, he'll be a lockdown corner for us. But we don't know how to identify that type of talent, man. We don't know how to do it.
And it only gets better from here on out. All right. So we're in agreement that 2017 was an upgrade on defense. So basically the 2017 defense was an upgrade from 2024.
Yeah. But the offense to me is pretty much a downgrade. Receivers, running backs, and it showed in those stats. Offense couldn't do nothing.
Now, if you would take, in my opinion, if you took everything off the 2017 offense except for quarterback, Miami be all right. If you could take the whole 2017 team except for the quarterback and put them on this, I think we'd be all right. But again, you gotta have some good game day game planning. You know, you got to be able to make adjustments. You know, and that's just me. You know, and it is what it is. I really thought that 2017 could have been a lot better. It could have been a lot more consistent, but it wasn't. And the lack of offensive output because of offensive decisions, and no disrespect to Malik, but it's not like Malik was But then again, coming off of Kaya, kind of got spoiled, I guess. But still, the turnovers, the interceptions, just the lack of able to move the ball down the field. And you have adequate running backs.
It seemed like we were short.
But
yeah. Cause remember, DJ Dallas was freshman. He was listed as receiver, so they weren't really keen to him. All right, put him as the running back until they realized he could do it. And then Mark Walton was hurt. They really just had Travis Homer for a stretch.
Yeah, exactly. But just remember that we have that young man that's a freshman in the quarterback room named N'Kosi Perry.
And then we had that other dude, Anderson. Then the one that battled the next year where it was N'Kosi Paris, Anderson, and somebody else battling for the. And then Anderson had what is his name? Huh?
Tate Martell.
Oh gosh.
Tate, yeah.
Oh, man.
But the boy had the most passing yards in that one game. Remember what his name was? He had broke the record in passing yards or touchdown pass or something. Y'all remember him?
I have no idea.
It was Anderson. Remember the quarterback? He got the start, and he threw all them touchdown passes, and then ended up, what is his name?
In 2018?
I think that's when it was.
Because the only quarterbacks that played in 2018 was Perry, Rozier, Williams, Weldon, and Dallas.
Okay, that's who it was. Williams. I'm getting Anderson wrong. It was Williams.
Oh, Jaron Williams. But the only thing is, he only played one game in 2018.
And he broke the record. What? You remember?
No, because his. Hang on.
He broke records when he started. He against Louisville when he threw all those touchdowns and yards.
Yeah, because
the next game,
I was excited. I said, "Boy, we got us a quarterback." I was excited.
Then, you know who we played next? FIU, and he came to the game drunk and all that. This is why I didn't like Manny. I'm like, you started a quarterback that came to the next game drunk and hungover. I'm like, man, these players got to respect you some way, shape, or form.
Do you believe that? Do you think that really what it was?
I mean, the other players said it, not me.
That he was
players said that. Yeah, players said that.
Now,
so what? He partied Friday night before the game? What it was?
He had a fine little thing on his hand, boy. He had a pretty little thing, and she probably in Miami. This is the thing. Miami's a very tough place to play any type of sport at. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he had a little pretty thing on his hand, boy.
So yeah, looks like 2018 we start a little quarterback controversy because we'll get to that when we get to it. I mean, you can check out the stats, but yeah, I forgot 2018 was the year I just remembered is the year they played LSU in Dallas the first game of the year. I was there for that bitch. Man, I talked so much shit. Oh my gosh.
Me too.
I did. I knew I was wrong for it, but I fell for it. Because you got to realize, during that 2018, that was my Kool-Aid drinking days. And I am not proud to admit it, but I am going to admit it. I was a Kool-Aid addict. But thanks to Kool-Aid Drinkers Anonymous, I have been Kool-Aid free for 3-4 years now.
Hold on, Kane.
So one second. I got an admission to me. I don't know if he's listening tonight. So I purchased some of the cane juice from Coach Hayes, right?
Oh,
when
really?
I got my cane juice from Coach Hayes, that shit has salt and vinegar in it. So,
What?
you know, yeah. So Cote's put, liquor and sugar on his stuff, and he gave me salt and vinegar, right? So I got beef with Cote's, because
wow.
because my canned juice ever since 2022, my shit has salt and vinegar in it. It don't taste sweet, so. But I'm still predicting 12-0.
Hey, Cuban, I was just gonna say, because I was gonna say at that round table, it sounded like you guys were certifying the Kool-Aid.
Oh no, yeah, I got the Kool-Aid, but the shit tastes like salt and vinegar, and I just got to drink the shit.
I ain't talking about Coach Hayes drink. I'm talking about when we was at the round table. And I was hearing you and him talk. I said, y'all sound like y'all done drunk the Kool-Aid already, and y'all done certified the Kool-Aid.
Oh, no, I am certain. Hold on, one second. The reason. What happened?
Guess who? Coach Hayes. Coach Hayes is on. Coach Hayes is on.
Man, Coach Hayes
about that salt and vinegar.
Yeah, I got that salt and vinegar cane juice from Coach Hayes. That man, that shit tastes horrible. But Studio, the reason why I'm saying 12-0 is because we are setting it up. There is no other. I'm not understanding any other reasons why we're getting all these portal players, right? So my guesstimation is Mario saying we have a national championship team. So I'm expecting a national championship because the national championship is not coming to Miami for the next 5 to 10 years. So I'm left to saying we're going 12-0.
Now, me, I said it before. At first, it was 10 wins. Now I'm saying at least 11, at least 12, just for the simple fact. The money.
Hold on, one second. I'm reading the comment. It says, say my name 3 times and I'll show up like Candyman. Coach Hayes, Coach Hayes, Coach Hayes.
Oh, hey, hold on, Talco's K. That comment you just made, right? It's going along with Cuban. Y'all sound like, to me, let's hear me out. You know how alcohol try to make an excuse to drink still. You know, been to the AA meetings and all and got free of this alcohol juice, but now all of a sudden, y'all making the reason to be able to drink this Kool-Aid.
I was in the AA class. I went to AA class. This guy named Coach Hayes came up next to me, and he's like, "Hey, bro, take some of this cane juice." I took some of the cane juice. I took it home, and Coach Hayes put salt and vinegar in my cane juice. But I drank it, so I'm believing it now, right? So I drank the Coach Hayes cane juice, 12-0, but that shit tastes bad.
Uh-oh. I
show up like the candy man.
Here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this.
I ain't got much time to play with my food, dog. We're
getting feedback. One more time.
Mic check.
Wait a minute. I didn't have this before Coach got on here.
Mic check.
That must be some of that. Might be that salt and vinegar audio. I don't know.
No, it can't be me.
Mic check.
All right, try one more time. I think we're good. We're good now.
Yeah, we're good.
I don't hear anything.
That was a tremble in his voice. That's why it was feedback. Ain't
no tremble over here.
All right. Here we. Okay. We are going to stop the conversation and the topic. Okay, we got Cuban on one side. We got Coach Hayes on the other side. Go.
Okay, my question is to Coach Hayes, whatever his name is. Coach Hayes, on your last show, you said you love what Mario was doing. What is Mario doing?
If you saw the show, I simply explained it. I love what he was doing. You tell me what about he.
So hold on. So my question is to you, Coach Hayes, because you work with a man. You're cool with a man. Are we building a program, or are we building a one-hit wonder, one-hit quitter?
I think both things can be true at the same time. I mean, you're a person that, again, you don't like change, right? I can see that already. Unfortunately, in this world, things change, right? And things have
Right,
to change. That's just what it
right.
is. If Mario Cristobal was overly like doing the portal where he's getting 40, 50 guys, I can understand where you're coming from. But what has he got? 15 guys out of 85? He's got 15 guys?
Coach, his starting lineup is majority Manning and Porter players.
Is who?
Majority Manning and Porter players. It's not Mario. It's not. Yeah, you have
Y'all still
Rivers.
calling Manny Diaz, dog. Like,
Hold on, Coach. Hold on. We have Rivers, Restrepo, George, and Borgales starting. That's 4 guys, right? Then the rest are majority Porter players, and we only have 4. We only have 4 Mario recruits, and the 4 Mario recruits are Bain, Marigold, Cooper, and Brown.
So you really
That's
gonna
it.
hold him accountable for the kicker, dog? You gonna really hold that against him, dog?
Hey, I need anything from our debates.
Come on, dog. And that's right there is what's sad. So out of the 4 guys starting, one of them is the kicker. Come on, bro.
Sure. You can tell. I'm thinking. I mean, the kicker was the reason why Manning is probably still not coaching right now. I mean, we want to keep it real.
Studio, what's up, baby? How you doing, man? How you doing?
What's up, big bro?
I'm good, man. Before I play with my food a little bit, dog. Okay. So here's the thing. Regardless if there are many players or not, were these guys highly recruited across the board? Were these guys recruited by other top schools across the board? If they were, you're saying there are many guys like he went and got them out the bottom of the barrel and made them starters. If Jalen Rivers was being recruited, which hell, let's pull it up. Who's Jalen Rivers being recruited by?
I mean, we could do that with the whole. Remember, hold on. Remember your boys from the CV show? Hey, parents, come pick your kids up. Remember that when your homeboy started that whole BS narrative? A lot of those players that were on Manny's team, Mario also recruited, right? But he kicked them out of the program. So you can't have both battles here. You got to pick one, right?
No, that's not fair, dog. That's just like saying, Kalen DeBoer. Oh, he's got Nick Saban's players. Or if you want to make that battle, Larry Coker has Butch's players, or this person has that. Bro, I don't care what program you go to, you're going to have an overlap of players.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. This is not my stand. This is what the groupie fan base that listens to the.
What you talking about? I don't care about no groupies. I want to know what smoke. No,
Okay.
not ain't talking about.
What I am talking about, we are not building this program for the future. This program is not being set up for the future.
How?
This program, all right, name me the starting lineup or the projected starting lineup for next year. We don't have a quarterback, running back, receiver, defensive line, linebackers, DBs, or safeties that are ready to step up for next year. We do not have a program for next year.
Okay.
We don't.
So
We're going to start all over again because all these portal players, we should be starting Mario recruits this year when the schedule is weak. Next year is going to be a tougher schedule. So this is why I say we need to win a national championship this year, because next year we're not winning a damn thing. We play Notre Dame, Florida, FSU, Clemson, North Carolina, and I forgot who else. Tough schedule. We're not going to do it. So one more thing. My question is, what the hell are we doing? Because we're not setting up a program. We're setting it up to win this year, and that's it.
All right. So here's what you say. I'll go off of this list right here of potential starters off of Our Lads, who is a website that kind of does depth charts. As of right now, on the offense, we have 3 transfers this year. Sam Brown, Zach Carpenter, Cam Ward. That's it. That's 3 of 11. It's not like it's
running back. Hold on. Stop. You forgot the running back.
All right, Damian Martinez is 4. That's correct. Yes.
Right.
But that's strictly due because Mark Fletcher is hurt. If Mark Fletcher wasn't hurt, I guarantee he wouldn't have gone after Martinez. If Mark Fletcher wasn't potentially out for next year, because think about it, without him, without Mark Fletcher, without Damian Martinez, you got who? Nothing but freshmen. Elijah Lofton, He's not a home run hitter, great player. He's not going to take it 80, 60, right? Elijah Lofton,
Right.
Jordan Lyle, we don't know. He's just getting on campus. And the rest all are under 170-pound running backs. And we don't even know if AJ Allen's going to be healthy. So
hey, your boy's an elite recruiter. He should have, kind of foresaw this stuff. I'm just saying.
How you gonna foresee a dude getting? Come on, cuz. Come on, man. Stop.
He's elite. He's elite recruiter. He should have known this.
Recruiting some elite running backs, now, boy.
Well, name me the elite running backs he recruited. Please start now.
Fletcher. I like Fletcher. I like Tyrone Wheatley. That boy got blazing speed. He was looking pretty good in the spring.
Elite? No, we saying elite. I said
Tyrone
elite.
Wheatley was an elite running back in Florida, coming out of Florida.
Bro,
all right.
Tyrone Wheatley, Humphrey. He was one of the elite ones.
Bro, all of those guys, they're babies. They're young. All right. You lost the center, and my man that transferred from UCF, I forget his name. The center from UCF, Matt Lee. So you bring in Zach Carpenter, fine, bro. He's using the transfer portal how I think people should use it. You use the transfer portal to bring
like Colorado.
No, Colorado's using the transfer portal to put stitches on wounds. We're using the transfer portal to put Band-Aids on wounds. There's a difference, dog. There's a difference. Well, okay, so let's go to the defense.
That whole defensive line is transfer portals.
Okay.
Except one player.
And the rest of them
secondary. Go ahead.
Well, hold on, Q. I'm going to bust your bubble with that point. You remember you were saying these are Manning's players? Well, maybe he had to go to the portal to get D-line because Manning was slacking and getting good defensive line players.
That's the shit.
Bro, we're in year 3 and Mario. We only have one Mario recruit starting.
You
this
just
is year 3.
Those is Mario.
No, that's fine. I agree with you, Studio.
You just used they Manning players, and we're in year 3.
Fine, you could use that, but we're in year 3 and we have one Mario player starting on the defensive line. That is a huge problem for the future of the program. This year, it's great. Like I said,
everybody behind them are his guys.
Coach, hold on. I'm gonna hit you like you hit me. This is a new college football. You think these just going to stay around to be backups? These just going to leave.
But bro, can I tell you this? Defensive line, there's clearly a rotation. You don't sit out there the entire game like you do any other position. They're going to get legitimate playing time. So don't act like these guys just stay out there and you never going to see them again like the quarterback or, you go 2, maybe 3 deep on the running back or maybe the offensive line. Offensive line pretty much play the whole game, right? They probably play 90% of the game due to maybe injury or something like that. But on defensive line, it is clearly a rotation. So we've always seen guys rotate in and out. So, yeah, these guys are going to get some reps. But if you have the opportunity to bring in some older guys, right, that played, and they're one-and-done guys. They're not guys that are 3-year guys. If these were 3-year, 4-year guys, I'd be like, okay, you got a point. These guys, Tyler Barron is one-and-done. Marley's one-and-done. Clark is one-and-done. And Simeon Barrow is one-and-done.
Keep going. The guy. We got the guy from Michigan State. Hold on, Coach. I'm gonna tell you the 6 deep. You got the Michigan State dude, Marshall dude, NC State dude, MSTSU State dude, the Tennessee guy. That's 5. Bain is 6. Right? Who's gonna be 7 and 8?
Bro, they're going to rotate. No, you're talking about D tackles. You think C.J. Clark and Marley Cook are going to play the entire game? Hell no.
No, they're not. But they got buddy from Michigan State, right?
Okay. That's 3 guys for 2 positions you're talking about. You don't think guys like Ahmad Moten is going to play?
I don't think so. We got Mesidor. I'm sorry, that's another person I forgot. Mesidor. That's 7.
He's going to play off the edge.
I don't know. We'll see. I think he's gonna be a defense. I mean, he can't even find shoes to play football. So he's not gonna have 0 lateral movement. So he's probably gonna be forced to play defensive tackle.
Okay. So all right, and okay. So your point is, so your point is, if the majority of this team was transfers, I'd be like, bro, you got a legitimate point. Bro, we're talking about, we brought in 15 guys. How many per transfer do we bring in, South Coast? 15, I think.
Like somewhere around there, yeah.
15, bro.
Yeah.
That's nothing. And of those 15, what are 9 of them are going to like legitimately maybe start or play? The rest of the guys are rotational guys.
And there you go. There you go. You hit my point. So, Coach Hayes, let's think about it. These
depth through the depth chart. I mean, through the transfer portal. I don't understand.
Coach Hayes, like you said, this is a new college football. Players, recruits, and freshmen are not going to sit around for to have a portal player sit in front of them. What promises could Mario have, and he's not going to do the same thing next year? Me as a freshman or a sophomore, do I have any promises that Mario is not going to bring in another 15 to 20 portal players and I'm never going to start? Like you said, there's a new college football. So the whole development thing, you could throw that baby out the window, because every year I could bring in 15 to 20 portal players.
You're right.
True or false?
You're right, but that is the way the game is going. And I hate to say, I hate making this point, but dog, that's the same. I don't care when we talk about the number 1 team in the country. Hell, matter of fact, we just saw Alabama, quote unquote, Nick Saban, the GOAT, brought in Tua from Tennessee.
Right.
Starting to linebacker. So what do you think? Those other guys were like, hey, it's not fair.
Hold on. If you want to, you can look at the 2023 transfer portal. There's only one team out of the top 75 that made the playoffs, and that was Texas, and they were number like 60 something. It's proven when you are deep in the portal, it doesn't work out for you. You can look at the 2023 portal classes.
Deep in the portal, bro.
Miami is deep in the portal.
You think 15 players out of 85 scholarship kids are deep in the portal?
And majority of those 15 are going to start. Majority of those 15 are going to start.
That's a little bit.
Yeah, but starting and playing are two different things, dog. We see players start all the time. But again, we're talking about that's rotational.
The Cuban. That stat he mentioned is misleading about the top teams in the playoffs not using the portal. See, that's Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State.
Washington, and Michigan.
Okay. Now, those are the teams that already had pay for play and had their team loaded for the last 10 years. So when the portal started, it didn't affect them as much as it affected all the other teams. So they got a little cushion on the other teams. But when Nick Saban left, that sunk Alabama down here with the rest of the team, because 30 players left. So Ohio State, Michigan, and Georgia, y'all still on y'all little cushion. But one little thing can have a whole program synced with this new portal era. So I don't know.
I'm going to tell you right now who's going to change the whole system again, and that's going to be Clemson. I said it before. I think Clemson might win the national.
Dude.
I hate Clemson because my ex went to Clemson. I hate Clemson. And I hate that super stadium. I hate that city.
Spring game, bro. They gonna be all right. They're gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, but the thing that's misleading about Clemson, they're another program that was so deep, right? That once they start losing players and they're not replacing them, what's going to happen is it's going to catch up to them. And that's the part I think you're missing, that it's going to catch up to them. And when it catches up to them, then now you got an issue.
I don't know, man. Like I said, this is my prediction, Coach Hayes. My prediction is 12-0, because if we don't win a national championship this year, I don't see us getting close to no time soon, because next year will be a rebuilding year, right? We're not going to win 12. We don't even know who the quarterback is. We're going to have a new quarterback, receiver, linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, cornerbacks, and safeties.
That's everywhere,
Cuban
bro.
Kane.
But I'm just giving you my reason. I'm just giving you my reason why we need to go 12-0 this year, because
but that's I hear you, but what I'm trying to tell you is, without Michael Penix, Washington doesn't go.
I hear you, but this is my thing, Coach. The people like you and other, Kane's creator told me that Mario's an elite high school recruiter. right?
And he got elite high school players.
Name me the elite high school players, please. I need somebody. Nobody has answered me this question.
Okay, Cuban King, hold on, Coach. Let me say something with him.
No. I need somebody to tell me the elite high school recruiting he's done. Name me the elite players that he's recruited at quarterback.
Bain was one.
Okay, yeah, Bain, Marigoa, continue, please.
I like Fletcher as elite.
Who? Oh, okay, he's good.
He a true freshman, boy, and came in there and battled it like he a grown man. So,
all right, name me. Okay, you got 3. I'll give you 3. Keep going with the elite. Where's the elite at?
I ain't seen us get 2 5-star offensive linemen, and I don't know how.
No. I need elite. Y'all told me elite. Elite is what Nick Saban does.
A 5-star offensive lineman is considered elite.
Yes, that's what I mean. Hold up, Reggie. I mean, Coker did the same thing. He got a lot of 5 stars from rivals and whatever. But when it came up,
Coker, bro, you said name me Mario's recruits.
Yes,
a
you named me 3. You named me 3.
Lineman is considered elite, bro.
Okay, here's
because according to the 5-star, that means you're going to get drafted first round,
bruh. Sam saying gonna be drafted in the first round.
Man, I think as a true freshman, name me the last tackle that started as a true freshman every game.
Zion Nelson. Next.
Okay. No, I don't remember him starting every game.
Let's go. Come on.
Especially as no true freshman, he had to gain the weight before he started.
Hold on. Here's what I'll tell you. You want to talk about rankings and status. He comes in, when did he come in? 21? When did he come in? 21 or 22?
21 December.
Yeah, 2022 class.
His first class would have been the 2022 class. So right. He comes in the 2022 class behind. Just listen to these schools. And we're talking about schools that have been winning repeatedly and been going very far. Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas. Right? We talking about established programs. You tell me when one program has not been established, like longevity and coaching and so forth. Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame got a new coach, Oklahoma, Michigan, and he came down number 16. So you start talking about Missouri, all right? Then we go to 23. Then you go to 23. He goes from 16 to number 7 behind Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Ohio State, Oklahoma, LSU. Then he comes in 24 behind Georgia, Alabama, Oregon. That's where he is right now. He's ranked number 4. You can't tell me he's not getting some of the top players in the country, and he's at a program that's 1 is 5-7 first year, 7-5 the second year. He's behind teams that are in the playoffs, if not 1-9.
Right, and I've not heard any ACC teams in there yet. I don't know if you mentioned any ACC teams yet.
Exactly. So that means he's recruiting at a high level. He's recruiting against SEC schools, if you want to call it SEC that. But forget about SEC. We're talking about programs that are consistently ranked in probably the top 8. And we're not in the top 8. And he's behind right now in 2024. He is ranked behind Georgia, Alabama, and Oregon.
Right.
He's actually beat Ohio State.
No, don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't do that.
Based on the numbers.
Don't do that. Oh, man.
I'm saying based on the numbers. I'm just saying based on the numbers. If you look at the numbers.
Coach Hayes, but Coach Hayes, I mean, I keep hearing elite, but nobody tells me who's performing elite on this program. We don't have elite players.
I made you 4 players.
No, you named me 3 players, and only 2 of them are playing, and only 2 of them are. I'm sorry, maybe 3 players, yeah, and only 3 of them.
Because we don't know if they're elite until they become elite, so that's an unfair.
There you go. Well, hold on. I got some players I feel like gonna be elite. That's gonna be a potential first rounder this year. Kiko.
I just want to say this. I'm done with it. So based on, because the only data that we can quantify this with is the ranking. Is that fair? And we don't know until we know. I mean, that's the only thing we can say. We don't know until we know. Let's call it what it is, right? That's fair enough. Like, here's a perfect example. Ruben Bain coming out of high school, we would consider elite.
Right.
But we had no idea he was going to exceed expectations to this level. But what if he came in? Get everybody said, well, it's his first year, blah, blah, blah. He exceeded. But we don't know until we know. So he brings in the highest rank he had was Marquise Lightfoot, ranked number 6 at his position. I'm just looking at the position. 6th at his position. Armando Blunt, 9th at his position. Saquon Patterson, 4th at his position. Josiah Trader, 14th at his position. Nye Carr, 21st at the position. Elijah Lofton, 10th. Right? Darius Hayes, 22nd. Markel Bell, 1st at his position. I think that's a transfer kid. Cam Pruitt, 22nd. Bro, we're talking about thousands and thousands of kids that play college football, and these dudes are ranked in the top in their position, bro. But we don't know they're elite until they get on the field and play. I mean, that's the only thing I can say that's fair. Like, we don't know who's considered elite or who will actually end up being elite until they play. And again, we're only going walking into year 3, excuse me.
I ain't worried about Mario recruiting. I'm worried about his play call and his game management, bro.
Well, that's a different cat. That's a different subject. But because
all right, with every player he bringing in, they way more signed than it's been in a while. But he just can't get it done with the X's and O's, bro.
Here's what I'm saying. Not only that you're bringing those guys in, you're bringing them in with a subpar ass record. You're not bringing them in. You're not walking in like Alabama, who got 7 natties under their belt. You're not walking in behind Georgia, who should have been 3 in a row, and whatever else the case may be. You're not walking behind them cats.
Coach A, I'm glad you mentioned, because Cuban, how do you think in the world, if we go 12-0 this year, all of a sudden Mario's recruiting is going to tank? It's going to get better. He went from 16 to number 7 to number 4. Imagine a 12-0 year.
You're not listening. You're not listening. I said what's going to happen is, what if he gets more portal players, right? Then his players are not, his recruits won't be playing. This is my whole thing. Everybody has said that Matty had a horrible program, horrible players, so on and so forth. What I wanted and expected, I guess what I expected was wrong. I wanted Mario to bring his players, his recruit, his elite talent evaluation, his elite recruiting. I want to see that. We're in year 3. Let me finish. We're in year 3, and I still do not know who is elite that he's recruited outside of Bain, Marigoa. I'm not going to put Fletcher in there. I'm not going to put Bronner because I haven't seen enough. Those 2 you can see are elite.
But, bro, I didn't even go into the kids that's not there yet because they go to private school. Justin Scott, 3rd at his position. Booker Pickett, 12th at his position. Chance Robinson, 32nd. Jordan Lyle, 15th at his position. I mean, bro, what are we like? I hear what you're saying.
We are Kings fans. We've got players that were highly recruited. Like Mark Pope was recruited higher than Devontae Smith. I am tired of saying
that's Manning. You can't compare Manning's recruits with Mario's recruits.
That was Mark Rick. Don't give me Manning. That was Mark Rick.
You didn't say elite. You said elite recruiter. He's getting them in the building. That's not the topic. Is he a elite recruiter?
I don't think. I'm sorry. I'm just like, as a coach, name me the elite players that he's drafted at running back, receiver.
From flipping Mark Fletcher out of Ohio State.
That's because somebody. He's a good. He nags you. He nags you. He's a good nagger, right? Like he's that dude that when you go to the club and he's like, "Hey man, stop talking to me," and Mario keeps like in your ear yapping. It's like you're not interested, but at the end of the day, you're gonna give him the number. That doesn't mean he knows. He might holler at a fat girl, right? It doesn't mean that he could get 10s and 9s. He's just a nagging dude that he's going to eventually. He's nagging enough. You're going to get you're going to get the girl.
Let me ask you a question. You got a girlfriend and you don't show her no attention. She gonna go see Jody. So what I'm telling you is that's part of recruiting. You got to stay on these cats, and then guess what? They believe what he's selling. That's part of recruiting. What do you think he's supposed to just talk to them one time and they gonna come? Then you'll say he's not an elite recruiter because we didn't get anybody. If nagging is what he has to do it, fine. Then that's what he does. That's part of recruiting.
And guess what up, Cuban?
Oh, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You see Holly Berry, that's my girl now. You see Holly Berry at the club and you want to really holler at her. She said, "Would you buy me a drink?" You ain't gonna buy her a drink. I'm gonna spend them $7 to try to get that phone number.
Yes, I will do that, but I ain't gonna be. I'm not gonna keep chasing Holly Berry. You know what I'm saying? If she tells me no, I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm not gonna keep just chasing over Holly Berry. There's 10 other dimes out here.
Guess what? Then you ain't no elite player. That's all I'm saying.
No. Elite. I mean, only because you hauled out all the big girls. Because you know what I'm saying, Coach Hayes. I didn't say this. You said this. You didn't carry a girl back to the car because she was, a little bit too heavy. Hey, you like the biggest. Hey, it ain't my fault. You know what I'm saying? So you be liking the biggest. You know what I'm saying? So
but what you missing is I already had her. See, I ain't one trying to get her. I already had her, just like Holly Berry. If Holly would have said, "Hey, can you carry me to the car?" Shit, how far we got to go, baby? But the difference is I already had her. So now I'm on to the next. I know what it's about. And so here's another piece I think you're missing. I also believe that the reason he's getting guys in the transfer portal also because maybe the younger guys are not ready yet. And if you look at it, they're in position where they can play and get better and get OJT. They can get some on-the-job training. And that's the part I think you're missing about the transfer portal. Now, if he was in there getting 40 dudes, I'd be like, you're right. Because when you get 40 dudes, you're not only getting starters, you're also getting backup guys, right? When you get 15, I got a hole right here I need to fill until these puppies grow up, until the popos grow up, until these guys grow up. That's why I have to get them. Also, you're not also taking into account injury, bro. If Kiko let's just say we don't have a kid from Louisville. God forbid Kiko break a shoelace. You ready to go in the season with a young popo? Or would you rather
I'd rather this is my thing, Coach Hayes. 2024 is an easy schedule. 2025 is a tough schedule. So let me finish. I'd rather have my pups take we play in the ACC, man. We don't play a tough conference. I'd rather have my pups get ready this year to attack next year. I don't want my pups to learn next year. Next year is going to be a difficult year. So now we got to.
Yeah, but what you're missing is what you're missing in this whole equation. You're willing to sacrifice maybe the easy season and win 8 games so these guys get better. When it comes to recruiting, when you win those 10, 11, and 12, those younger guys start flocking to the program as well. That's
why I'm going to tell him.
For Coach, you can't tell me you can't. Hold on 1 second. You cannot have both sides. You cannot say there's one side. Mario's this elite recruiter that will keep hollering at girls, whatever. But if I have my core playing this year, I could sell. Look, we are going to attack next year. You know what I'm saying? Mario has a 10-year contract. Why is he rushing to win now? He has a 10-year contract. Yeah, take your damn time and build the program.
You know why? I'm going to tell you.
You're going to stock the cupboard tomorrow. And again, because the schedule is easy, let's say we go in there. Of course, we know not the first game, Florida, but the Ball State, FAMU, USF. We go in there and drop 35 on them or nothing. Popo and them can get some legitimate playing time. We go in there and play a Syracuse and Wake Forest, and we beating their ass by 20.
Whoa. I'm going to use, 1 second, before you go there, I'm going to use my Coach Hayes. Didn't Coach Hayes say that Mario burnt Ja'Cory redshirt playing 2 snaps against?
They're beyond the red shirt already. Popo and them they're already redshirted.
There's other players though, right? You have your freshman players in there as well, right?
It may be. So you got to be able to game manage. You got to be able to game manage those guys. But the guys that have already burned them, they're burnt. So play them out when you can. Play them out. But when you got the young guys out there, right? Like for example, Ja'Cory was a freshman. You burned his red shirt because I wouldn't be mad if he played. I'm mad at the fact you put him in there to hand the ball off twice. If you play
He did
him,
that. He did that with Emery as well.
I know, but I think if Emery doesn't get hurt, he plays the remainder of the season. I believe that. If he doesn't get hurt, he plays out the remainder of the season. Just the timing was bad. I can't really hold him accountable for that because he said, "Hey, I'm finna go with the young buck. Let's ride it out." But the difference is if you go out there and burn a kid red shirt because you handed him the ball one time in a game, and if you look over, he plays 5 games and he's got 8 carries. That's bad management. But if you play 5 games and he's got 75 carries, I can deal with that. He's got 59 carries. I can deal with that because not only got 59 carries, that's statable, right? Like meaning you can put a stat on it, but he's also probably was in there blocking other things that don't consider a stat. But if you put me in the game and I got 2 carries and I played in 5 games, that's poor mismanagement on his behalf.
Do you trust his management? Let me ask you that question. Do you trust his management, player management, to do that?
No.
Here's what I'll tell you. Here's what I'm gonna say to you. The reason I've been pushing the 10 win, the 11, now I'm at the 11 with the culmination of all these guys is because my thing is it's not about Mario. It's about the standard that needs to be set, that he needs to come to par. Instead of us just sitting back being complacent and just take what he gives us, he needs to feel the pressure of the fan base, not just saying, "Oh, he's gonna blow a game." No, look, mother lover, you better get your behind out here. You got 100 people on the damn staff. They all got the green shirts. They standing there. Guess what? You get one guy to look at clock management. You got another guy that could look at player, whatever it is, whatever you got to do. You get paid $8 million. Whatever you got to do, they've opened up the wallet, make it happen. And I'll go back to this. The same standard is set. Think about, I keep bringing this up. Think about Ryan Day is on the hot seat with 8 losses in 7 years, dog.
You don't want to hear my theory, by the way. You want to hear my little theory, coach?
He coming to Miami, please. Whatever that article, whatever people have been reading, sending me, I just laugh at. I put laugh out loud, dog. Go drink some coffee. No.
I told you my theory. My theory is Mario's trying to win this year to leave Miami because number one, we're not going to be able. If Mario wins 11 to 12 games, he's going to ask for a raise at the end of the year. And number 2 is will Miami be able to be? Would Miami be willing to be able to pay him up to $11 to $15 million? I don't think so.
And go where? Where's he gonna go?
That's the same thing
Michigan,
I told him.
I said Michigan. Let me finish. Michigan. If Michigan has a bad season, he could go to Michigan. If Ohio State is stupid and lets Buddy go because he lost to Michigan, he could take over that job and any random SEC school team. I don't know which SEC.
First of all,
I'm gonna say right now, I don't think Kirby's gonna stay one more year, and I don't think if Mario has a good season, I think Mario's out too. I think those 2 coaches are gonna leave.
And I tell you this, Ryan Day, when it comes to Ryan Day at Ohio State, first of all, the fan base ain't gonna let Mario Cristobal come in. Because the same concerns we have, they definitely not gonna deal with. We're not gonna deal with that. The same concerns we have, you think their fan base is gonna, dog, their fan base is strong. Think about it. If we're not even complaining that Mario Cristobal say he doesn't beat Florida State. We said don't lose to South Florida. You think they're going to go up there? You think that fan base is going to allow the AD to hire a guy that has that kind of question mark over his head?
This is. No. I know, Coach. I said this is my crazy thought. This is my crazy idea. I think Michigan or Ohio State are going to be 2 open jobs at the end of the year.
So you need to put Crazy Cuban Kane on your name now because you.
That's fine.
Bro, listen, I get where you're coming from, but my whole push, I hate that. My push is I want this fan base to be just like the Michigan, just like the Ohio States, because we are that caliber of team or program overall. I'm saying the name has the same weight as the Ohio States, the Michigan. We could be considered a blue blood. No, seriously. So far,
we are blue blood.
No.
We are blue blood.
I don't know.
The only pushback I have.
I don't know about.
I don't understand the pressure. Why why do we have to do the pressure? Right? Everybody keeps saying let Mario cook. Mario cook then. If you have a 4-year plan, let's be patient and give us after the 4 year or the 5 year cook. Well, the pressure being added year 1, 2, or 3 is dumb to me.
I didn't add. Nobody added pressure to year 1. I didn't even give a record prediction. Year 2, I said 7-5. This year, the reason I'm there is 1, because of player acquisition. Who we have is year 3. He has eliminated all of the things that the fan base has said why we're not good. All that has been eliminated, and if icing on the cake is the schedule is trash, and why not take advantage of it? The schedule is trash. Why not take advantage of it? You got a trash schedule. I tell you all the time.
Well, hold on, Coach. Before you keep going, how many years we keep saying we have a trash schedule? I mean, our whole existence in the coastal, we've had trash schedules.
No,
and what always happens at the end of the year?
That's not true. Here's why I say that. Bro, we don't even have the thorn in our sides. We don't have North Carolina. We don't have Clemson. And we don't have North Carolina State on the schedule. Those may not be playoff contending teams, but those teams always give us hell. And we don't even have those on the schedule. We got Syracuse, Wake Forest, bro.
And Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is a thorn in our ass every year.
Nah, man. Come on, man.
Georgia, South Coast, could you please tell them the history between Miami and Georgia Tech?
Tell me the history all you want. At the end of the day, here's what I tell people. At the end of the day, we got way more talent. And this is why I say this is where the pressure comes. We're not going to sit back as a fan base and allow you to lose games like that. You lost the Middle Tennessee State game like that. You lost the Georgia Tech game. Now, here's where the pressure is. Because, dog, and the reason I'm bringing this up, you have to remember, our stadium is not full because we're not a school of tens of thousands of kids, meaning we don't have 40, 50,000 kids. We got 10. And so that stadium is full off of real ticket payers, dog, not student tickets. We're talking about $150 minimum in the nosebleed tickets. We're talking $80 parking. So what I'm saying as a fan base is, bitch, we're not going to sit here and let you do us like this when there's no reason you should be done like this. You are paid extremely well. You have every resource possible. You have all the facilities being built. You have talent coming in, which is his part, right? He has to bring talent. The admin can't bring in talent. That's his job and his staff job. But everything else he has. Come on, man. Come on, dog. He got everything at his disposal. What excuse is there for him not to be successful against a Wake Forest? What
I agree.
Not to be good. And I'm telling you, against a Duke, I don't give a damn if it's Manny's first year. Let me ask you this, Cuban, since you know a lot about football. I brought this up on the show, and you know where I'm going with this. Give me a player from Duke from the 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010 to 2020, 2024 to present. That's a game player beside Dan. I even give you Daniel Jones.
I don't know a Duke player, but this is where I'm gonna beat you up at. Hold on, give me 1 second. This is what I'm gonna beat you up at. Mario, y'all keep telling me that Mario and his homeboy are elite offensive line coach, right? Why the hell did Duke have a offensive tackle drafted before any Mario offensive lineman? Please explain that to me. I need somebody to explain that to me.
Well, I can't explain it. It's the same way I can't explain why Charleston Rambo doesn't get drafted, and he broke the record for season receptions. Bro,
you know why?
But to me, that's an unfair.
I know why, too.
I'm going to tell you why.
That's penalized in Miami.
Well, yeah, but to me, you know why it's unfair? Because why does J.J. McCarthy go before some of these other cats? Because J.J. McCarthy ain't the reason the team go from a talent perspective. Right? It's all about people that's winning. That's big now. Winners. And also, it's all about need. What do you need? That's the thing. I don't know why a certain team picks that guy from Duke versus maybe a scheme, maybe a system, maybe it's a relationship. I don't know. So it's always hard to say why this kid doesn't go higher than the next kid. This kid doesn't go high. Because, no, I'm telling you right now, Xavier Restrepo, in my opinion, is a ball player, but I don't think he's going until the 5th.
I hear you, Coach, but Florida got a player drafted in the first round, man. Come on.
They did.
I mean, Florida
he's faster than Xavier Restrepo. And I'm going to tell you why they didn't get Charleston Rambo. Charleston Rambo, because he didn't score touchdowns.
He couldn't run after the catch. He couldn't run after the catch.
That's right. But he caught a. So guess what? We can't say we didn't try to maximize a top player. Hell, he had what, a 70 some. Hell, Restrepo got 90. He done already broke that record.
Man, please. I seen so many receivers got drafted, and I'm looking up their stats. I was saying, man, how the hell they drafted him before Rambo? Man, they need to stop. They penalizing Miami, man. Miami ain't gonna be back until the NCAA get dismantled through these lawsuits. If the NCAA, they asking Congress to give them their power back and immunity from being sued, but they agree to give 22% to the players. If they get that, it's gonna be back to NCAA being the old monsters they were with a little bit of coin they giving to the players. But Miami ain't gonna, because the NCAA, they've been behind Miami's downfall, and they're not gonna let us back up, bro. Y'all gonna talk about the coaches, the players, Nah, bro. Y'all gotta look at it deeper than this, buddy. And there's no way Miami went 10-0, just like we just got finished doing. And South Coast tried to say, oh, he was playing a little shady throughout the year, so it came back to bite us. No way Rozier had more carries than every one of our running backs combined. No way he has 30-something pass attempts, 3 interceptions, and our running back, gets 6 carries the most? The other one gets 3. The other ones get like 1. Man, stop it.
All I can tell you at the end of the day, we got the talent. The moon stars are lined up perfectly with a light schedule. There's nowhere in the world we should not win those games. Now, here's what I will say. Here's where I will agree with you. If we're going to pay $1 million for a Cam, I don't know what they paid Damian Martinez or whatever else the case may be. Your ass better win. Because if that's the case, then guess what, bro? I would rather start with an Emery or a Parfum or whoever. I don't care. I would rather go ahead and save the money if we're going to go 8 wins. That's why I don't understand these people that are talking, well, we can win 8 or 9 games. Bro, we won 8 games with a quarterback that everybody turned on and hated. Technically, we won 7. But let's be honest. Dog, you take it down, that's 8 wins. You're going to tell me $1 million? Or more than that. You're going to tell me now whatever they pay Damian Martinez plus Cam, plus whoever else, doesn't get you 2 more wins with an easier schedule? Man.
Coach Hayes. Hold on, one second. Because I'm a Coach Hayes. I listen to a lot of Coach Hayes shows, right? And I listen when Coach Hayes, no problem. I listen to all of them. I listen to all of them. I'm in the weeds like you're in the weeds, right? I said in the weeds. I got a beef with one of your guys, but besides that, I'm in the weeds, right? But when I listen in the weeds, when you go to these Colorado Buff fans, your infamous quote is, "What if Shador breaks a shoelace? What then?" Right?
So what if shoelace you want?
Yeah. Man. What if Cam breaks a shoelace? What then?
We're probably not an 11-win team, and that's okay.
So you're going to remove that expectation just because one player?
No, because that one player makes a difference. The Bulls ain't the same without Jordan. That was proven. So players do make a difference. All I'm telling you is that with saying barring injury, right, especially to a guy like Cam, right, and that's what I'm saying. We're talking about the engine to the car. We ain't talking about you got a dent in the side and your car still don't run the same. We ain't talking about, okay, if the running back goes down here, then we got to make adjustments. If this tight end goes down or this one receiver goes down, it's not the end all be all of the team. But when you're talking about the engine of the car, dog, I don't care what program you go to, from little league to high school. That's always, if that dude goes down, it's a problem, because when it comes to the quarterback position, it's usually a big drop off. It's not very close where you're going to just walk. You know what I mean? You just ain't going to walk hand in hand with QB1, QB2.
I hear you, but Coach Mario gave Poffenbarger a lot of money as well. So,
I don't,
you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So guess what? Hey. Get your behind in there and throw the ball in.
Yeah, so the expectations. So my thing is, the expectations should not go down if Cam Moore breaks a shoelace, because he also paid a lot of money to Puff that forced the Corey to lead the program.
I agree, right? But I also don't think the expectation. I'm not saying we go from 10, 11 wins to 5 wins. No, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. But I'm just simply saying, bro, I don't think, like, to me, right, we could play that, like you say, if Shador broke a shoelace. If Shador broke a shoelace, bro, they win none of the, if he, depends on when he breaks it. After the Nebraska game, they won, there was a 2-win team. If he broke his shoelace during the Colorado State game, they lost that game. Any game that he's not in, they would have lost all of those games. TCU, they would have lost those games. Any of those games. They never showed, because they didn't have a running game at all. So therefore, he was the engine, the carburetor, the intake, the manifold. He was everything. That's the difference. Here, we still got a running game. We still got a quarterback that we can rely on with other players that, we could dink and dunk. And we saw, we did that with Emory Williams against Clemson. But we got it. We have a legitimate running game, dog. We do. And that's something that Colorado doesn't have.
Let me ask y'all a question. I'm sorry. No, I got to do this one now. You did me last time. Cuban, I got to ask you this question.
Go ahead.
If we go 12, if we went 12-0 last year, you think we would get Jeremiah Smith? You think he would have came?
Yes.
Okay, then. So why do you think if Mari goes 12-0 this year, all of a sudden it's gonna fall off the rails? You don't think he won't have to go to the portal as much now?
I would not think I don't think he would go to the portal as much if he went 12-0. I don't think he would have gone to the portal.
And so this year, y'all expecting him to go 12-0. So if he do go there and meets the expectations, you're afraid that 2025 is just going to be a drop-off.
No. Studio, this is my thing. I want Mario to play his recruits. That is my end goal. Play your recruits. Stop getting
the babies. That's the part you're missing. Okay.
I just want to win.
You're going into
I don't care if he win off all Porter players for the rest of his career.
Here's what I tell you.
He winning.
Okay, here's what I'll tell you. You're right. He's going into year 3. But let's look at his first recruiting class was what? The class of 22. Is that right, South Coast?
Yeah.
Yep.
So his first recruiting class.
But hold on, let's not be revisionist history. Remember what happened when Mario saved the recruiting class. Manning's recruiting had us at number 67. This is how elite Mario is.
Bro, so here we go. Let's talk about, because you're talking about his year 3, but technically the kids that are still there are year 2 because Cyrus Moss is gone, Nigel Kelly is gone, Skinner's gone, Graves is gone, Trevonde Citizen's gone, Kamari Rogers is gone, Wesley Bassnectar still there, Markeith Williams still there, Jakari's gone, Isaiah Horton, who's going to play this year, Jaden Harris is going to play this year, Matthew McCoy going to play this year, Ahmad Moten will rotate this year, Kobe Young is gone, and Cooper is going to play. So his first year kids are playing.
58% of his class is gone.
Oh, and that's part of the process. That's part of the process.
Some of the players got offered money elsewhere, bro. You can't knock them for leaving.
Then he replaces those guys with, let's go to year 2023.
Yep, let's do this.
So now 2023, these are second year guys. Right? Mm-hmm. Francis Mawigoa, he started. Okolonla, supposed to be a starter. Ruben Bain started. Fletcher started. Jaden Wayne, he's gone, but he played a little bit. Robbie Washington should be in the rotation, maybe not. Ray Joseph should definitely be in there. Riley Williams, he got hurt, he should be playing. I don't know what's up with Robert Stafford, but Robert Stafford maybe should be playing. Damari Brown starting. Collins Achiapong is gone. Malik Bryant should rotate here and there. I said this before. I don't think Malik Bryant, I'm glad he's at the end. Him being a linebacker, I didn't think that was his fit. I remember doing his game when he played Northwestern up here. I thought he was much better coming off the edge. Like he was light years ahead coming off the edge going to get the quarterback. Josh Horton, right? He's going to be rotational. Raul Aguirre, these are year 2. These are technically, they're going into their year 2 this season, right? Popo, Chris Johnson, Tommy Kinsler, Bobby Washington, Caleb Spencer's gone. Emory Williams played. Jackson Carver, whatever. Shamar Kirk look like he stepped up some. Freeney, he's gone, I believe, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Freeney's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, and Marcellus Pullum is gone. So what I'm saying is you're seeing guys who stayed in year 2 and everybody you recruit don't pan out. Unfortunately. And let's call that first year now. Let's be honest. That first year you come in December. There's an early sign-up period. He doesn't have till February like guys who've already been in the program. So I understand the turnover.
Hold on. Do you know the most? Hold on. You know who's had the most successful recruiting class the last 20 years?
Who?
It was I think it was Golden or Rick, and it was a transitional class. One of our transitional classes had the most NFL players in it. I don't want to hear these excuses because Mario. This is my thing. This is my thing, Coach. People keep telling me he's elite. If you're elite, what he did at Oregon, he won in year 2 at Oregon. He had all these quote unquote players at Oregon. How come he could do it at Oregon with all these elite players and he cannot do this in a weak ass ACC schedule?
Because it was established already. It was an established program.
Willie Taggart had that established?
He was there 1 year, dog. Willie Taggart was there 1 year, and it wasn't a transfer.
They fired Heffrich the year before that. That program was not established. What we're talking about. That program was in a mess. We were 2 to 3 years away from being in the playoffs in 2017. You know what I'm saying? Manny, 1 second. Manny was a field goal and 2 4th and 14s from being 10-2 in 2021. You do know that, right?
Bro. Okay, here's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, think about it.
No. I was reading something. I'm not mad at what you're saying. I wasn't even mad at Manny, right? He was just a scapegoat because he never turned it over to what they thought it was going to be. So I was never really mad. I never really got mad at Manny. The problem I had with Manny was his limitation, his Achilles heel was his coaching Rolodex and his loyalty. He didn't have guys that brought in a lot of experience. He brought in his GAs from Middle Tennessee, guys who worked with him at Texas, and they didn't have a lot of coaching experience. And then recruiting, he still brought some guys in. Now, we could blame COVID. That's why Leonard Taylor and them came with him. However, Manny is still relatively young. He hasn't been a lot of places. So his coaching Rolodex is very slim.
Coach, and you know what the funny thing is? His coach, hold on. Blake Baker is a defensive coordinator for LSU. His offensive line coach is a coach for Georgia, right? His offensive coordinator is a head coach for SMU. The problem with the Manny thing, us fans got in his damn throat for no damn reason. You got on his head for no reason.
I agree with that. And we also, guess what? Manny also didn't have the money.
Yeah, he didn't have the money, yes.
Guys weren't going to come. Bro, why would I be a position coach at Miami when I can go to damn SMU, right, and win 8 games and look like a damn guru and get paid the same? So there's the difference. This is what I'm saying. Everything they blame Manny for, Mario has in his. He literally possesses it. He has it in his chest, in his chest box. Money, no problem. Facilities being built. They slinging hammers and nails right now. Bro, facilities, they upgrading them. Training table, he got it. Private plane flights to go see recruits, I'm on one. Now, and there's the difference. I think Manny Diaz may be okay as a coach. Now, is he the answer to
I
Manny?
don't think so.
Probably not. But at the same time, he's fighting Mike Tyson with his hand behind his back, and now Mario Cristobal got his hand cut loose, and you got both hands. So right now, this season is a warm-up fight to Mike Tyson next year.
I don't think so. So you saying we're going to win a national championship next year?
No, that's not what. Come on, that's not what I said.
I'm asking. No, okay. So when do you think? When does Coach Hayes expect to win a national championship? I'm not saying I don't need you to be correct, but when do you expect us to be in the conversations for a national championship? When do you think we should be in a national championship conversation?
I'll tell you this: I don't know, and I believe it all comes down. No, I tell you, it all comes down to quarterback.
Said y'all winning 11 games. What you mean no?
Bro, here's what I'll tell you. It all comes down.
No, coach. No coach and no Cuban. No, I'm not gonna let y'all slide on this. But y'all certified the Kool-Aid. Y'all made an excuse to drink the Kool-Aid. Hold on. And now you don't expect to be to the playoffs this year?
That's not what I said. You said win the
He
national.
just asked you when you expect to win the national, be in the conversation to win the national.
To win the natty. To win the natty. I may think we make it to the playoff, but I don't think we win. I don't think we win a national championship.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Do you think we have the potential to at least get to the championship game?
No.
Well, then your 11 win is bogus. You're drinking the Kool-Aid and you're making the reason to drink it.
How is it bogus? How is it bogus?
Because if you 11-0 and you go to the ACC and win it, you a national championship competitor. Now you might not win it because Clemson was a champion. They went back and forth. Alabama won one, they won one, they won one. I can understand that.
But you said could we make it to the natty? That was your question. And I said no. I think we lose in a round prior to going to the natty. That's what I said. It's 12 teams now. I think we get in the natty, we lose prior to getting to the national championship.
You know what? To me,
I'm answering y'all.
That still sounds like y'all drinking bogus Kool-Aid.
No, I'm not.
I told you my
y'all trying to make a reason.
I told you my coach is Kool-Aid.
To expect this 11-0 without saying you're drunk on Kool-Aid. Stop it.
That's not true. Damn, I just saw this Cuban. Why you say Hayes is a fraud? Dang.
Because you're a fraud, man.
If you expect Miami to win 11 games, you should expect them to get to the natty. Now, if they fall short, okay. But you can't sit here and say, I expect them win 11, but I think we're going to lose to one of them 12th place seed teams, 9th seed teams, 8th seed teams. Man, get out of here, bro.
Depends on who it looks like in the ACC championship.
I agree. We can be up against a top team and lose. I agree with that. But let's not do that though.
Yeah, but you want me to tell you. You want me to.
Let's keep it real, coach.
No, you want me to give you the feel good story. You want me to say, yeah.
No, I don't want no feel good story. I want your shit to align. If you expect 11-0 from Mario because he got this $1 million quarterback, $1 million running back, and now you expect us to lose? No, bro. I don't accept that one, bro. I mean, you can say what you want.
I think depth at that particular level, when you start getting
What you mean depth? Hold on, depth. You can't do that. Don't hit me with that depth stuff, Coach. I'm gonna let you keep going, but go because you just told me depth.
Hold on. I'm gonna jump on him for you. He can't use depth when he say he don't care who break a shoelace.
How do you know what I'm finna say? And all I said was depth, and y'all jumped down my neck. You don't even know.
Man, we already know what you're saying. Come on, dog. It don't take a genius to know you're gonna say depth is going to be one of the reasons they can't advance in the playoffs. Like I'm saying, come on, man.
Because that's why you're there. When you look at our schedule, depth doesn't necessarily play a part because it's so damn weak.
I agree. Okay, I agree with you. I agree with that. You got yourself a scapegoat.
But let me finish. I'm trying to tell you, if you look at depth, I believe we can get through Wake Forest, Syracuse with a popo. I believe we can get through that. But when you get up there to the creme de la creme of the playoffs, now depth becomes an issue.
Okay, so basically you're saying Mario's 11 wins is going to be bogus.
Oh,
no. Call a spade what it is. It's going to be bogus. It's going to be.
Okay. All right. So if Miami goes undefeated, all right, let's say they win the ACC. Cool. Now, once you hit that playoff, you have a whole different level of competition than what you've already been through.
Thank you.
You see where I'm getting at? And again, we say 11-1, we say 12-0. Okay, cool. But there's a whole nother level we have to go through to win a national championship. It's like the NFL. You know, you can go undefeated, but you still have to make it through the playoffs with the whole different type of, just a whole different animal. In other words, it's like another dimension. I mean, yeah, you can win this week schedule that we have, okay, that we said, but then you start playing with the big boys.
Thank you.
You see
And
where I'm
there's the
getting
difference.
at?
There's the difference.
You know, that's all. Just because, and again, I'll tell you right now, with the money that's been spent to get a return investment, they better go 11-1, 12-0.
Before you go
get to the playoffs.
Coach Hayes, before you keep going, this is the reason why I don't like what we're doing right now. If it is,
Okay, I
grew
that
up-
support Cuban Kane. I was just going to say that, Cuban.
yeah, the reason I am a 80s, 90s, and 2000s Hurricanes baby, right? I grew up off national champions and being in contention. If the goal is not to win a national championship, why the hell we put in all the
That
chips?
is the goal,
You know,
bro. That is the goal, but what you're missing, the game has changed dramatically since the 80s and 90s, bro. Can I tell
I
you
hear
this?
you.
You know why the Miami Hurricanes recruiting is so different? You've heard me say this 100 times.
Yeah,
Why
because
don't
the
we-
internet and Larry Coker messed it up because he ended up to the internet.
Exactly. So guess what? That's why, because exposure lead to expansion. Now these kids could go beyond. Think about it. We're losing kids to Oregon. We're losing kids to UCLA out of the state of Florida. We're losing kids. Back in the day was 1 and 2, right? Only reason Chad Johnson went out there because he went to JUCO first. If Chad Johnson didn't have to go to JUCO, he would have been an East Coast kid somewhere up in there. I'm just
Right.
saying, bro, the times are different, and therefore your room stays stacked. I don't even know the Ohio State, Alabama that's got the running back room like we had in 01. They don't even have that today. Alabama doesn't even have that today. Hell, they had to go get Jamar Gibbs from Georgia Tech.
Well, that's another point where Cuban Kane need to give Mara some slack because this ain't the same type of culture. He can't recruit the same way no more.
And guess
So
what?
when we looking at him as a elite recruiter, yes, but it's changed. It's not the same type of recruiting no more.
You can't keep the kids in either, right? Before, how many kids were kind of stuck because they knew if they left, they had to sit out a year. So now,
But
when
hold on,
kids-
Coach. You talking both sides, Coach. One side you're telling me that these players are going to develop. Then you got that they're going to take time and they're going to play next year. Now you're telling me that no, that these players are going to stay. You can't tell me. This
Say
is what I'm
that.
not understanding. You can't tell me both.
No, the problem is y'all have selective hearing. That is nowhere near what I said. What I said was the kids that are on the roster today should be in the rotation. That's what I said. Now, did that mean that Popo won't leave because he wants to be a starter, right? But guess what? If you look at it, Kiko Marinoa is gone, right? He's gone. I don't know how much time the kid from Louisville has, but whatever. The role is really his. It's his to lose. Now, if you see Coach Cristobal go in the portal, go get a Mike linebacker because he doesn't believe that this guy's prepared to start. That's what it is. That's the beauty of the portal from both sides of it. But guess what? You got players that are dipped. I didn't see Nigel Kelly leaving. He hauled ass and went to UCF.
Right.
So what did he do? He replaced them with depth, and when it got Barron, the kid from Tennessee, he didn't bring Barron in first, and then Nigel Kelly left. Nigel Kelly hauled behind, and he said, "Okay, I got to replace him. I can't replace him with a high school kid. I got to replace him with veteran. So let me go get the dude out the portal." Like, the kid left. He got up and dipped. You just said Mesidor can't find shoes, so we don't know if he's 100% kind of cat. You know what I'm saying? He might be walking on eggshells out there. So why not go to the portal and go get a Barron?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, but those are Band-Aids. Those are Band-Aids. Let's be real. Why not go get a guy like Cam Ward? Were you comfortable? I wasn't comfortable if I'm trying to really push this thing. And here's the beauty of it. Those guys have time, right? That's the difference.
I will go get Cam Ward if I'm ready to win a national championship. I don't think we're ready to win a national championship, and it's a waste of a waste of a development year. We wasted 3 years or 2 years already because we thought TVD and James and LT were going to do, and this is development time that was just wasted. I'm
That's part of
tired.
coaching, bro.
I hear you, but coach, man, we've been doing this for so many. The reason why we're on the show right now, because Jordan has, he's been doing the revisionist history, what's been happening. And it's just like, it's rinse, repeat, And it's like, the only thing that we have not tried is a true rebuild. We have not tried that yet. It's always been patchwork here, patchwork there.
But you know why? Because the kids can leave also. So you got to find a way to replace them. You have to. If the kids couldn't leave, if I take one away, I got to add one. I can't add a high school kid. So who do I add? Are you going to, if I lose a Najee Kelly, who would have been now, what would this be year 3 for him? Would this have been year 3 for him?
That would have been year 3, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to replace a year 3 guy with who? With a year 1 guy?
No, what I would have done, coach.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't go backwards into the high school portal. So what do I have to do? Just like you saw Tyler Barron. Tyler Barron gets brought in because I lost a guy. You see him do it in the NFL all the time with the waiver wire. Dude go down, I got to find a replacement.
I hear you, coach. This is what I'm saying. What I would have done, year 1, I would have had 25 recruits. Year 2, I would have had 30 recruits. Year 3, I would have had another 30 recruits. I would have done the recruiting route versus the portal route. I would have stacked my true freshman and 2 sophomore classes with a bunch of recruits.
Bro,
I would not go.
15, he brought in 15 his first year. Remember, he comes in December. And remember, that's a very short window. It's not till February anymore, right? He's only there like 2 weeks before the damn signing date. So most of these guys have already been recruited. But what does he do? He brings in Najee Kelly, 11th at the position. Cyrus Moss, 6th at the position. Jaleel Skinner flips him from Alabama, 4th at the position. Chris Graves, 7th at the position. Javonte Citizen, 8th at the position. Kamari Rogers, 23rd. Wesley Bassnectar, 16th at the position. Markeith Williams, 19th. Ja'Curry Brown, 16th at the position. What I'm saying is Isaiah Horton, 49th at the position. He seems the one that's producing the most. Jaden Harris, 38th. I'm just telling you. So that's 15 he brings in year 1. Year 2, he brings in, you said 30 in year 2. We're talking about undergrad, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's pull it up. This is what I'm saying. You're doing it.
But hold on. Now do the inverse, coach. He
brings in 26 in year 2. He brings in 26 guys, freshmen in year 2. And now coming in 2024 class, he's got 17 right there. In year 27, excuse me, because the other ones haven't signed in. So he's got 17 on campus right now and 10, I guess because of the private school thing, they can't come until the summer. So he brings in 27. He's constantly increasing the high school days, 15, 20 something. Now he's at 27.
Right. So this is my thing, coach. Now go to the players that he got from the portal. I'm not Coach Hayes. One second. I'm not Coach Hayes. I don't have the what is it, WRS, right? Read, react, and evaluate, right? WREs. I don't have the WRE eyes. I don't have the big coach football Hayes eyes, right? I go from what the NFL tells me, right? I'm using their example. 2 out of the 28 portal players that Mario's recruited went to the NFL. He's been an absolute failure recruiting portal players. Why should I keep trusting him to recruit portal players?
Okay, let's look at the portal players. Let's look who he brought in this year. He brings in Tyler Barron. Would you agree or disagree? He brings him in because
no. We can't do that. We got to use historically. I'm using his historical information. But if you want to do that, right? If we go to Damian Martinez,
hold on, can I just tell you about WIU? My job is to win at the University of Miami. My job is to get them prepared to win at the UM, Oregon, FIU, wherever he was at. Right? I do everything in my power to get them prepared. Unfortunately, everybody who plays for Ohio State and Alabama don't go to the NFL either.
Right.
So I get them prepared. Now, let's go. Now I've answered that in the sense of, okay, they only 2 guys got drafted. Bro, I don't know why. I told you that. We look at the draft now. It's the craziest draft ever. You tell me the kid from Toledo is better than any of these other kids that went? I don't know. As a cornerback, is that kid from Toledo better than these P5 cornerbacks? I don't know.
I hear you, but I'm just saying his portal evaluation so far has been horrible. It's been horrible. You know, it just has. Now, one thing I was going to ask you, Damon Martinez. Everybody keeps telling me he's good. He's this, is that. I looked at his stats. Look at his Final Four games. He played against a team called UFC, some crazy names. He only had one game that he went over 500. And one thing that bothers me, everybody looks at the highlights. Nobody looks at his games. I don't know any Canes fans that actually saw an Oregon State game. And if they did, they are a straight line because those games are played at midnight, so I don't know what time. And I'm a big college football fan.
Hold on, you said only one game he went over 500?
One game he went over 100 yards against a real team. The rest were just complete.
Man, anybody going over 100 like that, dog, football is not played that way anymore.
Coach, I understand. I'm with you, but the way that people are saying it, like there were some people that said he's the best running back that we've had the past some years, last 10 years or something like that. And I'm like, are you crazy? We had Mark Walton on this damn roster. We had DJ Dallas on this roster. We had Yerby. We had Travis Holman, so on and so forth, right? But people making it seem like he's the next coming of Reggie fucking Bush. I'm like, this dude played against a lot of weak competition, and people are not understanding that part.
Yeah, but what you're also not understanding too, you're going back before the game has changed. You're going back too far. The game has changed. It is a throw the ball around the yard game. Unfortunately, you see that now in the NFL. Dog, they have already undervalued the running back position.
Right.
So that's what I'm telling you. They've undervalued this stuff.
Cuban, I ain't gonna let you use that $100 excuse because we didn't take a knee for trying to get somebody 100 yards.
Okay.
I'm just saying, bro. The times have changed. Everything is different.
And you know what? And I might be in this, and one thing that I might be wrong is I just don't know this new college football. And again, this is why.
Hold on, can I say something to you?
Yeah.
Michigan had outstanding running game, right?
Right.
Blake Corum ran for 100 yards twice. That's it. He ran for 101 against Bowling Green and 145 against Penn State. He had 73 yards, 80 yards, 97, 74, 69, 52, 59, 44, 94, 88, 52, 83. I'm sorry, and then Washington ran 134.
But they had a two-headed monster. Oregon State had a one-headed monster. Michigan has 2 legit running backs. I mean, hell, the guys in the cover for the damn football game, the backup running back. Nobody knows the backup running back for Oregon State.
Now you got to check the receipts because I'm pretty sure Oregon had a backup running back that ate some carries up.
No, Oregon State.
No, Oregon State didn't have.
Yeah, Oregon State.
But he was the offense.
And bro, and he only won.
What are you talking about? He had 100. No, he had 145
against a real team. I didn't say against UC, San Jose State University, and I'm not talking about those games. I'm talking about a real team.
Yeah, but bro, the running back also need an O-line, dog. Like you think Oregon State had a great O-line?
Ask that to me again. I think they did have a good O-line.
No.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How about this? Let's look at it. The dude's still averaging 6.1 yards a carry.
I want to see their backup running back and how many carries he got.
Bro, 6.1 yards a carry is elite. It's decent.
All right, I'm looking at, matter of fact, here, check this out. I'll share this with y'all. There it is. All right, this is the 2023 Oregon State. You got Martinez. He had 194 attempts for 1185, 6.1 average, and 9 touchdowns. Then you got, looks like a Deshaun Fenwick. He had 96 attempts at 515, a 5.4 average, and 5 touchdowns.
Come on, dog.
Hold on. His final games were Washington State, San Diego State University, UCD. I don't know who the hell UCD is. San Jose State University. The level of competition is not there, man. Like, I understand, yes, he had 1,000 yards, but the level of competition was not there. We're judging.
What the hell is UCB?
That's what I'm asking you. Who the hell is UCD?
When did he play them?
So who is our level of competition this year, bro?
That's University California Davis. Yeah, California Davis.
That's my thing. Before everybody starts saying this guy's like the greatest thing, I'm like, I don't know, man. He played a lot of weak competition, and I'm like, let's relax on this him being like the next coming of Edgerrin James or some shit, man. Like let's relax a little bit,
Well, I can agree with that, but that's fandom talking. We're talking about you still can't say the kid is not productive.
And listen, I can look at eye talent. I'll take them 1185 yards over Mark Walton any day. I don't watch all our running backs since '83.
Nah, give me
and Mark Walton, one of my least favorites. Him and Edgerrin James, what's her name? DeVar James. Them two bracks is one of my least favorites out of all of them.
There's a lot of variables in that equation, dude. A lot of variables. Well, look. This has been great. I'm going to have to ring the bell on round one.
I'm supposed to be doing
Coach Hayes, I'm sorry, Coach Hayes. Sorry that I had to knock you out and put you in place there. You know what I'm saying? I apologize for beating you up, Coach Hayes.
No, just round one. That's just round one. Round two is to be determined, but round one, not making any judgment calls. But I've been sitting here for 5 hours.
I just want to say
it's
this.
About. Go ahead. I'm just saying.
Benson blew us up. He only had one game for 200 yards. The rest of them he never made a 100-yard game. And Trey Benson was a hell of a running back at Florida State. You can call it what it is. The game is different. Sorry about that. Go ahead, South Coast. Ride out.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to take sides, but in my opinion, I agree. Today, things are different than they were. But again, there are so many variables in the equation. It's like the Martinez guy. If we judge him off of Oregon State stats, okay, how can you, in other words, he hasn't been in the ACC. He hasn't been with Miami's team or the line or what. You see where I'm getting at? And again, I'm not trying to say he is or is not legit. I don't know. There's too many variables in this equation for me to figure it out. The only way we can do it is to watch the dude do his thing. And, when it comes to this real quick, but when it comes to this Rise of the Fall series, it's just a reminder of how things were and how things were going. In other words, the mechanics and again, the when you're going 3 and out on offense, there's reasons for that too. But what I'm getting at is, things are changing, but they are still the same in a way. I mean, you still got to run, block, tackle, catch, throw, score, etc. Now how you do that, you got to figure it out. But
can I get my last word in?
Yeah.
The fly beat the elephant. Oh,
Hold up. My show, my rules. I ain't nice like Shad. No, I'm just joking.
Get him, South Coast.
All right.
Get him, South Coast.
All right. All right, Cuban. Do you have any last words, sir? Parting shots.
Yes. The fly beat the elephant.
Studio One, talk to us. Give us some insight, buddy. What's your last final words and parting shots?
What I can say is they claim the Pac-12 was one of the best leagues this year. So as far as that competition, they played Oregon, Washington, what else there was in that little league? They had a nice little year that year, I think.
USC?
According
No.
USC. Well, I mean, listen, USC probably would have whooped us.
They played Oregon, Washington, Stanford, Colorado, Arizona, USC, UCLA, Cal, Utah, Washington State.
Arizona was 10-3. Arizona had a little squad and a defense.
They won 10 games. Why can't we? With a freshman quarterback.
Hey, these are last words. These are last words.
Hold up. Y'all had. Hang on. Okay, Studio One, are you through?
Yeah, that's it. Just let y'all know, man. Y'all, Damian Martinez. I don't care about the portal players because to me that's another arm of recruiting. Because even though that player, is wanting to switch schools, he got a lot of choices, and they got to put on their recruiting hat again. Say, hey, man, come on, we saw you. We sorry we missed you out of high school, but come on over here. So I don't know.
All right, Coach A, it's your chance.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is, when it comes to what flies to an elephant, what did the elephant say to the fly? And he was dead. And that's all it took, man. That's all it took. So with that being said, we finna do a night shift, man. I actually was gonna do it at 12, but I jumped on here with y'all guys. So I'm gonna do a night shift for a little bit.
All right. Well, so I guess my final words is first, thank y'all so much for coming out tonight. Cuban, Studio One, Coach Hayes, I appreciate it. But just remember, if you don't have the right play called against the right defense with the right offensive line blocking for you, it doesn't matter how many yards you rushed for last year. It doesn't matter if you were a Super Bowl champion with the Kansas City Chiefs. If you don't have everything working together, it don't matter. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out soon enough.
One more thing is from Coach Hayes. Coach Hayes, you got rid of one. No, not bad. That's not bad. You got rid of one cornball. Be careful of the other cornball. So that's all I got to tell you. You got rid of one. Just be careful of the other one. So just giving you a heads up. Is a warning.
I would love to hear you. I want to know what your beef is. I want to know what you're mad about.
No, I'll tell you what.
God,
that'll be another 10-hour show. But
we guess what? We're finna start the night shift. You're more than welcome to call.
Got the night shift. I just need a take 5 and we can do night shift. But yeah,
and I got to talk to my Indians for development. So let's see.
All right. Hey, I thought I killed that doggone fly. I guess I ain't killed that fly good enough.
No. This fly gives that's gonna sound bad. I was gonna say something crazy.
Yeah.
Nah, Coach, you ain't beat this fly. It's impossible.
Damn.
I love it.
Hey, Coach, you got the slap. I got Florida. So
I love it. That was awesome.
It's been a while since I had to get Florida out of here, but I think I may need to. But anyway, all right, Coach, go do your night shift. Hey man, thank y'all for stopping by.
Appreciate it,
round.
All right.
Appreciate round 1.
Round 2 in
just
about
remember
15 minutes.
Just remember, if it isn't love, why does it hurt so bad?
Ooh, I like that.
Why does it make me feel so sad? Just remember that.
Sound
Okay.
like new edition, boy.
You know it, baby. So, all right, look, we gonna get out of here. Peace, love, and soul.
Peace.
All about to you, baby. Y'all have a good evening. Thank y'all. Catch y'all next time.
All right, right.
Shit.
Yes.